Ooh, oh, oh, oh. I'm up earlier today than I am normally. And by up, I mean, like, doing this. I technically was up at, like, 7, but, you know. Did a bunch of things and then fell asleep again. So now I'm, like, very disjointed. It is what it is. Let's make sure I'm on the right screen here. So, I technically did some things. More specifically, I grinded out a bunch of experience in the sewers. Mostly just because I was sick of getting my head caved in. But rather than subject people to that, I just decided to do that, like, on, you know, a little bit every night for about 30-ish minutes. I think I'm around 3 levels higher than I was last time. A lot of it came from me finding those, floating sheep. And then just exploding them. But the upside to that is that I should have some Septium to buy some stuff. I'm not sure if I'm going to stick with the little girl there. Oh, she is one of the higher level characters I have now, that I think about it. Yeah, she's like... She's 58. Oh, wait. Did I not equip the new weapons with her? Let's see. I did. How about her? No, the machine clanker's the best one I got. Anyways, let's... Can I upgrade anyone's slots? Nope, not yours. Not yours. Not yours. Not yours. Looks like I upgraded everyone's slots. Maybe I just did that. How many quartz do you have? So I have 4 defense 4s, or defense 3s, 2 poisons. I could probably go for another one of these. Sure, why not? It always pays to have one of those. I don't have any freezes. Let's buy a couple of freezes. Don't have any shield 2s, but I have shield 3s, so there's no real point in buying a shield 2. Bathe 3, I could use another one. Sleep, I have a bunch. Impede. Action. Blind. Sure, let's buy another one of those just in case. Strike. I'll buy another move. EP cut. This is what I should have spent the money on. I may have messed up a little bit. It's fine. Fine. These I have a bunch. Okay, so I have a bunch of all this stuff. Question is, am I keeping her? What do you got here? Like, you're very good for just random encounters. I feel like I need to bring someone else with me. Like, specifically... I feel like Zin is probably a good person to have. Olivier is also very good.
Oh,
Let's put Zin in. We're gonna keep her. Or do I bring these two? Do I bring the boys? I don't know. I feel like she's very useful in terms of healing ability. But yeah, let's equip some things. Should have something better. Yeah. Okay. Men only. Metal armor with sharp gleam heightens the mind. Sure. I don't know if I need the attack stat for the thing, though, since he's not really good with arts anyways. Maybe just the red jacket's good enough for him. Because that gives 10 agility. I'll keep that for, like, the other dude. The boots are the best ones I got. Softened cap. That's confused. Sure. So I could give him an HP 3, which is better. So we'll do that. Gives him access to a few more things. Defense 3 already has EP cut. I could give him a better one. Yep. Okay, EP cut. Gives him access to La Crest, which for some reason he didn't have there for a moment, which kind of made me worried, but you know, EP cut 3. No. Impede, or do I do a hit? Let's see. I could do a shield 3, which gives him access to Sylphion. He's got a little bit more A defense and he loses some attack stat. Or evade 3. I feel like evade 3 is probably the best idea. Just give him some more agility. Attack 3, yeah, that goes without saying. Mute. Anything better I can give? I can give him poison. I don't think it really matters. Move. He loses access to Earth Wall. If I do much of a difference here. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. What's even happening? Let's see. We have Grand Cell Sewer Monster and the Airbase Scenic Route Monster, and then there's something going on with the thing. Let's consult the book of stuff. Dangerous monster, lost child. It seems the royal villa has taken custody of a lost child believed to be the child of some tourists. Let's search for the guild's guardians. Child's guardians. Whoa, jeez. Can you tell I just woke up? Okay. I guess I could hunt for that monster. I actually haven't ventured out of the city yet, so we're gonna find some new stuff. That's an egg. I remember those things. Weren't those things like the things that reflected magic? A monster that reflects arts with a shell covering its head. His opponents. He's in a weird spot. But he can reach. And he hits hard. Okay, that's pretty easy. Ooh, a whole 2 experience. Lucky me. Zin's quite a few levels below, too. Okay, let's go tactics. We'll change Zin's position. Zin should be up in the front lines. So we'll go... We got the front line force. She can be in the back, and you can be in the back. Anything else here? Plants. I didn't even read what they did. Okay, let's see. Monster living in swamps, leeches blood from its prey, has petrifying tentacles. So it can petrify me. Good to know. Probably should have focused these. That hits pretty hard. Not gonna lie. That it does a lot of damage. It's fine. It don't matter. Anything else here? It's like not. Okay. Ooh, let's get behind you. Nope, never mind. Okay, these things also leech life apparently, and they hit hard. What are we dealing with? A marsupial monster that sucks blood of its prey. To recover has a hindering kick. Let's get some AoEs on this stuff. God damn, that's a problem. Oh no! Do I redo this fight because of that horrible thing? Yes, I do. The answer, you ask why? Because, CP's hard to come by, and also I don't want to use a healing item. Retrying the fight's easy. Things hit hard. Everything seems to hit hard. Let's see, I could use this as an opportunity to learn, right? I did around 600 to her. About 1,000 damage. So he's got worse defense than Estelle right now. Not good. I gotta do something about that. Okay, let's just hit you guys with a firebolt. can heal and steal that thing. Okay, let's do that. We'll focus him down. And now we'll kill you. See, it went well. Well enough, anyways. If I remember correctly, she should be able to, like, recover SP, or sorry, EP while walking. So let's go ahead and use her to heal people up. I haven't been to Gunter Gate. I could check it out. A Vesper monster found in hilly regions, poison enemy with stronger... Okay, poison enemy. But also, weak to fire. Apparently, he can almost kill them. Good amount of wind septium there. I remember that. More insects. Wonderful. You guys are jerks. You're all in range of that, so. 35 experience. So he'll catch up. He'll catch up. He'll catch up. In no time, he'll catch up. Okay, so that's the scenic route, and that's the gate. And just a lot of these insects. Why do you go twice? It's ludicrous. Let's heal up again. Just do this. Oh, I know everyone's healed. Oh, this thing's not gonna lose. 4 on 1, I like those odds. Rune Gates. Like I've never actually been here. Welcome to the Grune Gate. This is the guard post that connects the Grand Cell and Roland regions. Oh, so this leads to Roland. Apparently weird events have happened over in Ruin and Zeiss. Grand Cell and Roland are over there on the other side of the wall and have been the image of peace. So something's happening in Roland. Okay. Hey, hello. If you intend to head to Roland, please go through the inspection area at the reception. I don't, because they're not going to let me anyways. You have some business here? I'm in the middle of drafting up a patrol plan. It is, after all, almost time for the signing ceremony. Okay. World building, I get it. Barracks with nothing in it. Empty room. Oh, heading to Roland? If you're heading to Roland, please check in at the counter. Oh, you're not?
ここを抜けるとロレント地方ね。他の地方に寄ってる暇はないわ。今はおとなしく戻りましょう。
Okay. Aha. Welcome to Grune Gate Dining Hall. Sure, let's shop. Tell me your stuff. What do you got? You got some anarchy soup. radical dish using miso and cheese. Lunacy! Let's buy a couple of these. Buy 5 anarchy soups. HP, 1 move, and 10 speed, huh? An Eastern style fried fish with a light flaky coating. Shuffle dish. Defense plus 20%. See, this just looks useful. I'm gonna buy 5 of those. I'm almost out of money. I've slowly run out of money since my early days. What does this even do? We're gonna buy 2 of you. I'm almost out of money. It's fine. Hey, it's the Gurngate Lodge. Gurngate Lodge. If you'd like to stay, stay the night. I don't. I don't want to stay. You can't make me. Here to see if there's any cool stuff here I could take. This is a big gate, isn't it? It's just gonna keep going in it. Hey, buddy, what's up? As always, this place is huge and patrolling a tough order. The beauty of the scenery and the feel of the wind are the silver lining to it, though. Good for you, buddy. Thank God there's a speed up button. Nothing here. Go up. Anything fun and exciting up here? Just a dude. Flagpole, no flag. Nothing out of the ordinary. Hey, great weather today, huh? Yeah, great. So glad I came here. Oh, come on. Alright, we're leaving. So even though he's a few levels lower, he's still the hardest hitting dude I got. This helping the second hardest hitting character I have. So I guess it's more so the other characters just hit way less hard than they do. Do that? Let's do that. They run away. How dare they? I want to head to the airbase scenic route, see if I can find that monster. You guys weak to fire? Seems like you would be. You're not weak to anything. Okay. Oh cool, fully healed itself. Great, wonderful.
これぞ勝利の美酒ってやつだな。
Yeah, whatever that means. Let's heal up. Yeah, I'm heading in the right direction. More insects. See, these things are like weird positions, so I can't AoE them. It's kind of frustrating. And you run away. You jerk. Maybe they're just too fast for me. Okay. So that's the Rommel Pond. That's something else. There's the Royal Villa right there. Okay. That is a plant that's on fire. Let's see, what are you? Oh, you're low health at all and all that. Okay, what do we got here? Flame plant. A monster that emits scorching flames, confuses enemies with a swirling whirl. Weak to water. You don't say. Do I have any water spells? Diamond dust. Can I hit multiple at least? I could hit 2. Maybe we can focus this one down. Yeah, that's pretty effective.
これで一安心ですね。
33 experience too. Okay. Since he doesn't have any use for this and he's about to level up anyways, let's just use him to heal people up. I say that, but that earth wall is probably going to be paramount to success. I need to find a way to get it on someone else who's got more MP than him, though. What the hell are these? Sharkodile. Ravenous pelagic monster has its tenacity to call for backup if it's wounded. It's weak to wind and earth. I'm gonna punch it, though. That's what I'm gonna do. Didn't call for help.
あら、もう終わりなの？
It's weird that I would like totally take Charizard out of the party just to have like a funner time with some of the more weirder characters. Hell Mars. Ferocious flying monster can call meteorites. Let's use some crafts. Can I is this a chain about time? Can I chain? Can I chain with all y'all? Can I hit all three of these? Let's do that.
準備はいい？
Apparently I could have chained with two.
あら、もう終わりなの？
That worked pretty well. Okay, please don't be filled with monsters. Bunch of Sepith, sure. As payment for taking my stuff, you must cut down the tallest tree in the forest with a herring. Nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna do that. That's the last thing I'm going to do. Okay, another one of these things. These things leech health. But I guess I could AoE them, right? They're not really weak to anything. Damage is damage. Focus this one down. You do that. He punches. Yeah, he beats Punch Man.
あら、もう終わりなの？
Yeah, not bad. Okay. There's an old Viscerant stone monument? Sure. Don't tell me what's on the monument. That'd be too much. That's too much, man. Okay, already cleared that out. Wait, check this out right now. I'm here. Let's check it out. What could possibly go wrong? Looks like this is a dead-end area anyways. This is considered the area scenic route still. So maybe... No, this isn't the scenic route. Fishing? Can I fish? I can fish.
ここなら何か釣れ。
Well, okay then. Don't mind if I do. Got a carp with a reviving bomb. That was worth it. And a rock eater. Some okay, let's try some dumplings. Let's throw dumplings in the river. I'm sure the fish would appreciate that, right? A liberal carp. What if I threw a crab in the river? Just a regular crab with some whitefish. Got it. Frogs? You guys like frogs? Okay. Is there anything different? I could use roe and river bug. Otherwise everything else is more or less the same. And red flies. Okay, we'll try some roe first. Okay, that wasn't really worth it. This looks like the same stuff. The exact same stuff. Ooh, that's new. A DOS base. This gives me tender whitefish though. Okay, that's enough. Looks like this is more or less just a fishing spot, and I'm fine with that, but like, I was hoping there'd be more. Meantime, I'm going to open up this can. First, I'm going to mute my microphone so you don't hear it. Okay, I guess we're going down. That's a big crocodile. That's a very big crocodile. Okay. A Dynedile. Savage pelagic monster can end the life of its prey with just one snap of its jaws. You don't say. Well, it's weak to earth magic. I say we do that, and except I don't have any earth magic on her, do I? Sure don't. Okay, stabbing it is. You have earth magic. Earth Lance. Stone Impact. Petrify Cloud. Let's do Earth Lance. Do you have Earth Magic? No. You have this. Try that. You punch it. That seems pretty effective. That seems more effective. I can see fighting multiple of those being a problem. Okay, chest. Air bomb? Why not? I waited for years for this game, and all I got was this stupid chest message. Was this game released 4 years after? It'd be very funny if that was the case. Are we just in the Royal Villa? Royal Avenue, there's the Royal Villa. Okay. Where are these big boys? Let's see what happens if I just beat it up to death. It hits really hard, not gonna lie. That's a lot of pain. But I don't necessarily need to waste magic on it, so... Might as well heal everybody up. Well, that was probably a waste, it's fine. More of these plants. Yeah, screw it, let's chain these things to death. What else am I using that shit for, right? Okay, this leads to a dead end, but theoretically there should be chests or something down there. Something worth my time. Oh, they just ran like little jerks. For all that damage I did to them too. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Whoa, that... I messed that up somehow, not sure. Screw it. You guys are all in range. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Okay, this may be a case where it's like, yeah, absolutely. Oh, she can't. She can only do chain 2. Okay. That's fine. You hit this one. You, on the other hand, can do chain 3, I think? No? In that case. Not elegant, but it worked. A little disappointed there was no chests there. What can you do? Oh, geez, you're in trouble. You, sir, are in danger.
よかった。
Oh, that's new. Let's leave it alone for now. Can I go around it? Okay. Okay, that's fine. I could build some CP up above here. Yeah, there's monsters back here. It's a lot of dudes. Okay, well. Aha, you missed. On the plus side, I found the monster. Oh god.
すみません、皆さん。
Okay, I can redo this. I'll just use spells next time.
なかったか。
ごめん。
Yeah, what can I say? Those things are no joke. Alright, let's try this. Spiral Flare. See, no one died. Oh god. No one died. Sure, someone almost
これ
died,
で一安心ですね。
but no one died. And everyone's full CP. So I just need to get there again. I think everyone's full CP. Yep. We're not full EP,
これ
but
ぞ
that's
勝利のビシュってやつだな。
maybe. We'll see how much damage I can do to this thing right away. Okay. Let's fight it. That's a lot of them. A crit right off the bat, huh? Great. So what are we dealing with? No apparent weaknesses. A monster that hunts on the plains has very robust attributes. No notable weak points. Firebolt EX it is. Can I taunt them? We're about to find out.
ほら、こっちだぜ。どうした？来ないのか？
Nope. Oh god. Well, let's True Hurricane and hit all of them at least. It's a lot of HP. Spiral Flare. More than armor, you say? Oh, this ain't great. Okay. Let's Earth Wall these three. Oh, God. By these three, I mean those two. Okay, let's just do this. That brings everyone up. Fireball DX will hit all three. She's still... Whatever. Oh, they're coming for her. That's not good. Well, if I can't do that, let's compose myself. Oh, that was the wrong one, wasn't it? It's fine. Spiral Flare will solve all my issues. Heaven's Kiss. Let's do that to them. Can't Heaven's Kiss them? Why not? Are they blocked? They're blocked. Sylvan Web. Jeez. Okay, she's back. We'll Spiral Flare them. Stand? That's the one I wanted. You heal. I need you to heal. Doesn't matter if it's wasteful. Everyone in this area needs to be healed as much as possible. Sylvan Whip 2 again? Why not? It seems to automatically pull up for her anyways. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Can I get there? I can't. I'm stuck. Okay. I'll fully heal her. I'll get as close to that as I can. Oh, that's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do this. This will get people up at least. I don't think it reaches her. Shoot. Okay, that's fine. I could... Something that revives. It's maybe cheaper. Sure, whatever. Best tank is the one that doesn't immediately die.
あら、もう終わりなの？
Have to level him up? No, not even that, huh? I got a curative horn at least. Exterminated a monster. I'll go back to town and you know... Jeez, let's just run around for a bit. Don't mind that EP thing on hers getting up higher. Just needed to do this. So yeah, I think I'm gonna bop out back to town just to cash in some stuff. Who knows what we're about to run into, right?
よかった
Be literally anything. Royal Avenue. So this is a new area. I haven't been here.
Yo katta.
Complete lack of chests so far. Very disappointed. Also, I probably should have used Estelle's thing at one point. It just not being AoE kind of was a problem in that fight. Oh, God. Okay, that's fine, I guess. It's nice and slow, so it's fine. We'll just dark matter it. Oh, God!
これぞ勝利の美酒ってやつだな。
Okay, he leveled up, that's nice. And I got some fish fillets. Okay, any chests here? Knowing my luck, he was an attacker. No, he didn't. Okay, that's fine. Better safe than sorry. Seriously, there's... Oh, here we go. Defense 3. Wear good shoes and you'll never see defeat. Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay, video game. That was awful.
これで一安心ですね。
I just... that was... That was really dumb. Okay, well, it's fine, you know? It's allowed to make bad puns. You didn't find anything this time, but maybe if you kept on opening and closing this one chest over and over again, don't actually do this. Okay, going up. No chest behind the thing that... Oh, there's a chest. This here. Right here. Death Blow 2. This chest unleashed a poison gas trap. At least it would if it could, because you looted it already, and it hates you now. Terrifying.
これで一安心ですね。
That's a lot of dudes. Taunt? It's taunt.
ほらどうした来ないのか
You guys are jerks. Good amount of experience there. Not a terrible amount, you know, I got 40 for him. Rail Avenue. Big crocodile.
Ora! どうした来ないのか
Uh-oh.
抜かったか
Oh boy, okay. Okay, that's fine, I could try again. It was worth a shot.
すみません。
Oh, that thing could just straight up kill you. Huh? That's what that was.
そんな。ごめん。
I mean, she was dead anyways, but still. No more big guy. Now just these guys. You know, in retrospect, I probably could have just used Estelle's thing to, like, knock one of those things out. Where's the fun in that? There's Sanctum Gate. And there's Grancel. You know, is it funny that we flew to Grancel when we could have just walked to Grancel? I guess it kind of is. Best not to think about it.
やれやれ手こずらせてくれる
I Oh boy. Guess I kind of have to, huh? You jerk. Oh, that's bad. If I lose this, I lose this.
すみません皆さん
Okay. Okay. Sure.
ごめん
That's something. Not ideal, I must admit. Are these guys weak to anything? No, they're not. Okay. We just chain attack this thing. We'll go 1. Yeah, okay.
準備はいい？
OK 行きます
Go, bird. Yeah, there we go.
あら、もう終わりなの？
Beat's dying. Her, like, EP is really low. Just make sure I have enough for a diamond dust at least. Okay. Apparently just enough.
よかった
In retrospect, I made a mistake there, because I don't have enough for... Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, that went okay. Okay, maybe I can heal up in Sanctum Gate. It's already been several months since I got posted here for the birthday celebration, huh? There's still a lot that's rough, but I've gotten used to life here for the most part. Seems like there's a lot of trouble with this ice earthquake stuff. Grancell's pretty peaceful right now, ever since the coup d'etat. No real cases have come up. Aside from a missing child, I guess, sure. Okay, so I have been here before. This is the... Yeah. Time to rest. Mostly because I'm dying. Let's trade some Sepith. I have a lot of this, so we'll trade 325 of this stuff. 325 of this stuff. I'm now no longer completely destitute. Okay. I mean, that was a good healing point, at least. Up there's Grancell. It might be a different part of Grancell's route, but it's Grancell. Jeez. Okay, well...
よ。よかった。よかった。
Okay, that strategy also seems to work. Just had to
こ
mess
れぞ
up.
勝利の美酒ってやつだな。
Yeah, I'm wondering if I keep Zin with me. Just the AoE attacks of Tita are so good. You have a constant source of like crowd control that's free. But yeah, okay. We're going back to town to turn that in. I don't need to fight anything else. This isn't really giving me all that much experience anyways. Where's the guild? That's the Fisherman's Guild. I haven't been here yet. Aha! Ahem. Welcome to the Fisherman's Guild. I am Fisher, of the Fishing Baron, or the Fishing Baron as they call me. Are you new applicants? If you like fishing, you're more than welcome. I'm not joining the Fisherman's Guild. Because it won't let me. You know about those guardian fish? They're special to each region. I'm sure I'd like to be able to fish one up myself someday. Oh, there's special fish that I missed? Oh, hey there. Been a while, hasn't it? Oh, Lloyd, so you're back from Ruin. How's the fishing been? Getting some use out of that rod I gave you? Kinda. I go in between work when I can. Skilled folk like you are always welcome at the Fisherman's Guild. If you ever want to join, just let Mr. Fisher know at any old time. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed to have a new comrade. I'll keep that in mind. Okay. So we're just not gonna follow that. Okay, fair enough. I get it. I think it's very funny that the Fisherman's Guild is right next to the Bracer Guild. Okay.
お疲れ様です。無事に目的を達成できたみたいですね。何か依頼を達成したらまた報告に来てください。
That's everything. Do I switch people? Do I keep it for now? Maybe I just rotate in and out. So after a little while I'll get rid of her and then I'll put in Olivier and then I'll get rid of Zin and put in Tita. I'll buy some more stuff. All of his slots are upgraded too. Another one of these wouldn't hurt. Crepes, you say? Pure Seal, Mutant Confuse, and a bunch of stuff. Sure, we'll buy one of each of these. I wonder what the mystery is. Oh, the ice cream guy's not here. Okay, we're gonna go to the Royal Villa. I'm just gonna avoid the stuff for the most part. I didn't theoretically heal, so let's go ahead and heal with her. You're all full MP anyways, and she'll slowly regenerate that. Grand Cell, Herb Royce, Snake Route. Okay. Should be able to avoid most of the monsters. As long as I move slowly. Here's the villa. Ooh, okay. 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 I get it, you're quite a large enemy. Story, wonderful.
Elbericue. なんだか妙に懐かしいな。
うん。でも、なんだか普通の人もいるみたいなんですけど。
I mean, the last time people were being held prisoner here, but sure.
普段は市民の方々にも開放している場所なんです。ちょっとした憩いの場所といったところでしょうか。へえ、そうなんだ。言われてみると、確かに家族連れとかも多いみたいね。
迷子というのも、ああいう家族連れの客の子供の可能性が高そうだな。とにかく、あのレイモンドっていう執事の兄さんを探してみようぜ。
オッケー。
Raymond, you say? Let's talk to these dudes. I'd kind of like to ask, but just a bit ago, an old man rushed in saying he's heard a monster howling. Did you find anything odd by the entrance around here? Ah, you mean that big monster? I bet. We took care of it, so there shouldn't be any problems now. Oh, is that right? Now that you mention it, you seem to be bracers. That's great. I was just thinking we'd have to investigate and slay it. Thank you for your assistance. Enjoy your time at the villa. The Royal Army here is currently open to citizen visitors. Please feel free to enter. Yeah, was I basically not able to enter without killing that thing? Your family comes out here to the Royal Villa often. After all, the Queen was good enough to open it to citizens. I couldn't bear not to be able to use it. As long as you get permission from the villa, you can enter here in the garden. Don't you think it'd be perfect for a family group thing? It's a really great spot for a picnic. Silly pigeons have been going cuckoo since, like, forever. Hey, sis, the pigeons, they're going poo-poo? What? Chirp, chirp, chirp. His name's Ham. Okay. His name's Eggs. What's going on here? Why do the birds have names? I heard a fearsome cry by the thicket near the villa. If it had been a monster, I would have dragged it out kicking and screaming. And I would have slammed it into the ground with my judo throw, but ultimately it was too scared of me and never showed itself. Okay. Alright, old man. Fish.
ここなら何
Fish. Let's fish in this royal moat. Got away. Bullshit. Got it that time. 2 reviving bombs. That's pretty good. Let's do that again. Can I just farm reviving bombs like this? I'm all for it. Seems like I can, but that seems a little boring to just do that all day. It's simple, but this garden has a very nice atmosphere. The shrubs and the lawn are very well treated. It's quite lovely. Pretended. I'd imagine more of a showy place, but this isn't bad. Everyone else here? Okay, let's go into the villa.
はあ、参ったな。そろそろ遊撃士が来るのにどこに行っちゃったんだろう。
Girl's gone?
あ、はいはい。どうかなさいましたか？あれ、確かあんたたちは。
よう、久しぶりだな。
こんにちは。覚えててくれたみたいね。
はは、忘れるわけないさ。なんといってもエルベリキューを解放してくれた恩人だからな。あれ、そちらの君は。
どうかなさいましたか？
Uh-huh.
いや、そんなわけないよな。
Couldn't be the princess.
他人の空似に決まってるか。
ひょっとして恋人さんと間違えました？
Uh-huh.
とんでもない。それじゃあ君たちが依頼を受けてくれた遊撃士かい？
そうなんだけど、一体どうしたの？何か困ってるみたいだけど。
それがその迷子の子なんだけど、いきなりかくれんぼしましょっていなくなっちゃってさ。必死に探している最中なんだよ。
Uh-huh.
あらら。
すぐに見つけるから君たちは談話室で待っててくれ。場所は知ってるだろ？
それは覚えているけど、苦戦しているみたいだし、私たちも探すの手伝おうか。
え、いいのかい？
これも乗りかかった船よ。その子の名前と特徴を教えて。
助かるよ。白いフリフリのドレスを着て頭に黒いリボンをつけた10歳くらいの女の子だけど、ちょっと名前はわからないんだ。
名前がわからない？
Okay, time to find a kid.
いくら聞いても秘密とか言って教えてくれなくてね。家族と一緒に来たと思うんだけど、それらしい人も見つからないし、ほとほと困り果ててギルドに助けを求めたんだ。
そうなんだ。でもかくれんぼといい、割と元気な女の子みたいね。
元気というか、おませでおしゃまで気まぐれやって感じかな。大人をからかって楽しんでいるような気もする。
さしずめいたずら好きの子猫っていうタイプね。
そう、まさにそれだ。はあ、本当にどこ行っちゃったんだろう。多分この建物からは出てないと思うんだけど。
ということは中庭を含めた部屋の全てが捜索対象だな。確かにかくれんぼにはもってこいの場所かもしれん。
僕は一旦談話室に戻ってあの子のことを待っているよ。見つけたら連れてきてほしい。
わかったわ。
Okay.
さーて、逃げた子猫ちゃんを探してみるとしましょうか。白いフリフリのドレスに黒いリボンって言ってたわね。すぐに見つかりそうな外見ですね。どんな子なのか楽しみです。
とりあえず一通り建物の中を探してみましょう。
Okay, do I check the courtyard first? Let's see. Uh-huh. I don't know what's going on here. I don't hear those birds say anything fancy at all. You're looking for a girl in a white dress? I'm sorry. I don't think I'll be of any help. Girl in a white dress? I've seen a number of girls, but I don't remember how they all looked. I'm really sorry, would you mind asking someone else? Girl in a white dress. I'm pretty sure I didn't see her. I need to use the washroom really quick, so I will be back in a moment. Take me very long. What was I doing? Looking for a kid? None of these people saw them. Yeah, we talked to her. Okay, let's me move the thing around. I haven't seen this place in a while. Oh god, him.
遅い。遅すぎる。フィリップ。雑誌とドーナツを買うのにどれだけ時間をかけているのだ。これフィリップ。私をどれだけ待たせれば。そなたたちは。
あら、確かあの時お城にいた。
デュナン公爵、こんな場所にいたんだ。おじさま、お元気ですか？
白々しい。そなたたちのせいで、そなたたちのせいでな。私はこんな場所で謹慎生活を強いられているのだぞ。
私たちのせいって言われてもね。リシャール大佐の口車に乗った公爵さんの自業自得だと思うけど。
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you're not in jail.
ま、謹慎程度で済んで幸運だったと思うことですな。他の国ならいくら王族といえど実刑は免れんでしょう。
確かに陛下を幽閉したことがやりすぎであったのは認めよう。リシャールにそそのかされたとはいえ、それだけは思いとどまるべきだった。
あれ、なんだか殊勝なセリフね。
勘違いするな。私は陛下のことは敬愛しておる。君主としても叔母上としても火の打ちどころのない人物だ。だがクローディア、そなたのような小娘を次期国王に指名しようとしていたのはどうしても納得がいかなかったのだ。
ちょっと、クローゼは頭が良くて勉強家だし、人を引きつける器量だってあるわ。公爵さんに小娘とか言われる筋合いなんて。エステルさん、いいんです。前にも言ったように私は王位を継ぐ覚悟ができていません。おじさまが不快に思われるのも当然といえば当然だと思います。クローゼ。
殊勝なことを。昔からそなたは公式行事にもなかなか顔を出そうとしなかった。知名度で言うなら私の方がはるかに国民に知れ渡っているだろう。すなわちそれはそなたに上に立つ覚悟がないということの表れだ。聞けばそなた身分を隠して学生生活を送っているそうだな。おまけに孤児院などに入り浸っているそうではないか。そんなことよりも公式行事に出て広く国民に存在を知らしめること、それこそが王族の役目であろう。
Oh, this guy's still a jerk, I see.
それは私は王族の役目とか全然詳しくないから、ひょっとしたら公爵さんの言うことも一理あるかもしれない。
当然だ。
でもこれだけは言えるわ。クローゼは今悩みながらも答えを出そうと頑張っている。少なくとも謹慎を理由に何もしていない公爵さんよりもね。
何？
エステルさん、デュナンおじさま、私は今エステルさんのお手伝いをさせていただくことで自らの道を見出そうとしています。私に女王としての資格が真実あるのかどうなのか、近いうちにその答えをおじさまにもお見せできると思います。ですからそれまで待っていただけないでしょうか。
バカバカしい。 不愉快だ。とっとと部屋から出ていけ。
言われなくても。あ、その前に、ここに白いドレスを着た女の子が訪ねてこなかった？
なんだそれは。私はここにずっとおる。そんな小娘など知らんわ。
あっそ、お邪魔しました。失礼しました。
Enjoy your donuts.
まったく、なんなのよあの公爵は。自分のことは棚に上げてクローゼをけなしてさ。いえ、おじさまの非難も当然といえば当然だと思います。王族としての義務、それは確かに存在しますから。でも
共和国は選挙で大統領が選ばれますからな。王族の義務というのは
Democracy,
自分には
you say.
ピンときませんが、だがあの公爵閣下の場合、悪い知名度が高まってしまった。もはや彼があなたよりも次期国王にふさわしいと考える者はリベールには存在せんでしょう。
それは確かにそうなのかもしれません。ですが私の覚悟についてはおじさまのおっしゃる通りです。クローゼ、私ここでおじさまとお会いできてよかったです。改めて私に足りない部分に気づかせていただきました。
Yeah, what if I just didn't have her with me?
そっか。よし、迷子探し再開しようか。はい。
Let's go back in.
白いドレスの女の子だと？そんな小娘など知らん。とっとと部屋から出ていけ。
Alright, bye, Shinpachi. No kids in here? Can I sleep in your bed? No? Okay. Or? The Liberal Kingdom is quite small on the map, and yet it feels anything but that. But now, what? The Liberal Kingdom is quite small on the map, and yet it feels anything but now that I'm actually here. The people are kind, and no matter where I go, the view is breathtaking. Well, good to know. I'm Walter, a senator in the Republic's parliament. I've come a bit early in order to inspect the site and prepare for the signing ceremony. And what a remarkable villa this is. Indeed, it is more than sufficient for hosting the ceremony. Oh, there's so many rooms. How's it going? Find the girl yet? Nope, no luck so far. I'm gonna try searching for a few more hiding spots before calling it quits. Yes, please do. Wait, were we searching for hiding spots? There's Dunan, the other girl, thing. Huh. Okay. Big room? I think I fought a boss here before. Any girls in here? This is the Crest Room, where the non-aggression pact signing ceremony will be held. That's so. Yes, of course. On the day itself, there won't just be the ambassadors from the Empire and Republic. There'll also be a representative from the Liberal Kingdom present. I didn't really get a chance to look at this place when I was here during the coup d'etat. Kind of nostalgic. You saved me when I was held here. It's touching to know this room from that time is being used for the signing ceremony. Yeah. Still though, now that I can just relax and have a good look at it, it really is a very dignified room. Absolutely. That's why I always work extra hard when I clean it. I'm not great at cleaning, but I understand how you feel. Well, good luck with it. Thank you. Okay. So... This pot is presented by the Republic Ambassador. This pot presented by the Republic Ambassador is quite lovely. Yep, the Republic sure has some nice pottery. I can spot their quality from an arge away. Guess an arge is a mile? That's an Imperial pot, sis. It's written right on the label. All you have to do is read it. Talk about a eye roll inducing. Yeah, okay. Any kids? No kids. No kids. Is there a book you're looking for? A girl? No, I haven't seen her. Okay, no kids. Okay, so I've been in here before. Seems like she's not hiding around here, huh? Really, that girl, making fools of grown-ups. I wonder if Raymond hasn't already found her. I have no way of knowing. Guess I could go into the courtyard. Oh, a girl wearing a white dress? Now that you mention it, I think I saw someone like that playing around here. You know where she went? I'm sorry, I don't quite remember. Darn it. Hey, does this fountain run on orbital energy too? Dad said lots of things run on orbital energy in the world. I see. This villa certainly feels worthy of royalty. Just being here makes me feel like I've become a prince myself. Oh, he's such a romanticist. If he is a prince, then I suppose that makes me the princess. Doesn't that make you related? Huh. Did I miss something? Does no one know where this kid is? Here's the thing. The girl's wearing a black ribbon and a frilly white dress. She's heading somewhere in the villa. What the hell? Okay. Oh. I'm actually... There's no one near the
ベン
bench.
チと植え込みの隙間にもいないか。あ、ひょっとして植え込みの中にいたりして。
I don't know, is she in the planter?
もう本物の猫じゃないんだから。
やっぱダメ？
Okay. It's just... I don't know what's going on anymore. Can I check all the benches? Huh. There's no one near the bench. No one near the bench. No one near the bench. So that's just, yo, there's no one near the bench. So I'll check all the benches. Okay. Anything in here? Curtains. Pots. There's a lovely podium here. Estelle peeked underneath it, but there's no one hiding there.
ビンゴだと思ったんだけど。なかなか手強い子猫ちゃんですね。
I mean, that would be pretty cool if she was hiding there. Wait a second. Okay, I thought, am I talking? No, but it's talking to him, but also, apparently this is a thing. Still checked under the counter just in case.
どうしたんだい？
どうしたもこうしたも。ふみゃー。
Oh, is it an actual cat?
レンの負けね。
What? Oh, I found the kid?
もしかしてエアレッテンで会った子？
やっぱりレンちゃんだったか。お姉さん、お久しぶりね。
Oh, I vaguely remember this girl.
ちゃんとレンのこと覚えててくれて嬉しいわ。
She's not secretly a murderer, is she?
まさか君たちが知り合いだとは思わなかったよ。君、名前はレンちゃんでいいのかな？
そうよ、レンはレンっていうの。ごめんなさい、秘密にしてて。
気にしてないよ。でもどうして突然かくれんぼなんか始めたんだい？
だってお姉さんが来てくれるって聞いたから、一緒に遊ぼうと思って頑張って隠れていたのよ。
Uh-huh.
そうなんだ。でもよく私たちが来るなんて分かったわね。だってお姉さん遊撃士さんなんでしょ？で、遊撃士さんが来てくれるって聞いたから。いや、そ
So
う
you
なんだ
made
け
an
ど、
assumption.
遊撃士は私だけじゃないし、他の人が来たかもしれないわよ。でもレンは信じてたわ。その証拠にほーら、ちゃんと来てくれたでしょ。確かに。
まあそれはともかく、あなたのパパとママは一体どこに行ったのかしら。どうしてこんな場所でレンちゃん一人で遊んでるの？
よく見たらお姉さん面白い格好をしているのね。そんな風におへそを出して風邪をひいたりはしないの？
まあ慣れてるしね。そうじゃなくて、レンちゃんのパパとママが。
でもその肌の色って南の方の出身なんでしょ？なのに寒いのは平気なのかしら？
小さな頃から旅芸人の一座でいろいろな場所を回ったからね。暑いところでも寒いところでも平気よ。
Oh, okay. Sure. She's just, got thick skin and or thin skin, depending on the situation.
それよりレンちゃんのパパとママは一体どこに行ったのかしら？
仕方ないわね。パパとママはどこに行ったかなんだけど、レンにもよくわからないの。
Huh.
わからない？
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Like, she doesn't know where her parents are.
レン、
These guys.
パパとママと一緒にここに遊びに来てたんだけど、お昼を食べた後、パパたちが真面目な顔でレンにこう言ったの。パパたちは大事な用があってレンとお別れしなくちゃならない。でも大丈夫。用が済んだら必ずレンのことを迎えに行くからね。パパたちが帰ってくるまでいい子にして待っていられるかい？
Oh, are they spies?
それってレンはもう11歳だからもちろんできるわって答えたわ。そしたらパパとママはそのままどこかに行っちゃったの。
こりゃ参ったわね。
そんな事情とは思わなかった。どうしよう。保護者を探すっていう話じゃなくなってきた気がするんだが。
Hmm.
知らねえ。いいかな？
もちろんよ。これもギルドの仕事だわ。
羊さん、心配しないで。この子は私たちが責任を持って預かるから。ねえ、レンちゃん、お姉さんたちと一緒にオートのギルドに行かない？
Alright, we're taking this kid.
すぐにパパとママを見つけてあげられると思うわ。そうなの？でもパパたち大事な用があるって言ってたのよ。大丈夫大丈夫。絶対に見つけてあげるから。
You know, there's so many ways, like, this could be something that's completely messed up. Like, did they leave their daughter here with, like, a bomb or something? Like, are they spies, like, trying to spy on the capital? Like, what's happening?
お姉さんを信じなさいって。
Hopefully they did not turn their daughter into a living weapon, but seeing what I've seen in some of the other games, maybe that's the case.
それじゃあレン、お姉さんと一緒に行くわ。よろしくお願いするわね。こちらこそよろしくね。
本当にすまない。その子のことよろしく頼んだよ。
任せておいて。さてと、ギルドに戻りましょう。
We're just gonna travel there? Oh, no. Now we have child with us. Oh, could I have checked under here too? I suppose I could have. Hopefully that doesn't affect anything.
Nanda. まだいたのか。
じー。
なんだそなたは。
ねえお姉さん、このおじさんどうしてこんな面白い髪型をしてるのかしら。
なんだと。
まあ子供の言うことだから。ちなみにこのおじさんが面白いのは髪型だけじゃないの。服装と性格も面白いのよね。
Oh, Jesus.
そうなんだ。
何のフォローにもなっとらんわ。その小娘を連れてとっとと部屋から出ていけ。その小娘を連れてとっとと部屋から出ていけ。
Alright, bye, Shinpachi. I guess I just leave, unless I want to talk to these other people. Anything interesting here? Orbital energy, blah blah blah. Water's cool. We mustn't, my prince. The servants are watching. Princess, for you, You'd what? What would you do, sir? I checked under the bed? I may have, it's fine. Let's not worry about the silly things. Oh, that girl is... There you are! It was fun playing hide and seek with you, Miss Maid. I'm gonna go back to the guild. I'm gonna wait for my papa and mama to pick me up there. Oh, is that so? If you want to play hide and seek again, come by again. I'll ask Raymond to spend as much time with you as you want. Really? Thank you, miss. Okay, there you go. They're nice to the kid. Good to know. I just intended to peek at the Royal Villa, but it's a relaxing place. I ended up staying for quite a while. Hey, Mom made us this sandwich, you know? Why are you giving so much of it to pigeons like that? When I saw the pigeon's eyes, I just... Wait. You were giving them some too, sis? I don't know. My wife's sandwich here in this garden is somehow special. The most delicious thing in Liberl, no, the world. I'm just happy to see everyone enjoying their food. It was worth getting up early to make it. Yeah, okay. Seems like my hip's feeling better. I'm a bit late, but time to take the road home. Oh, today ended up quite the long walk. Okay, sure. Ended up as quite the long. Oh my god, I need to put my glasses on. Hold on a second. This is terrible. Does it seem like there are more visitors in the villa than normal today? It's probably because the villa will be closed before and after the signing ceremony. Guess a lot of people are coming in while they can. In preparation for the pact signing ceremony, security in the Grand Cell region will be heightened soon. This location will only be open to the citizenry until then. Okay, so we're about to lose access to this then. Well, that's fine. I don't actually care. Unless... Hang on. Hang on. Ish. Let's try the crab. The last crab I got. All the crabs are gone after this. Looks like it's just these no matter what, huh? We'll try the frog, just in case. Apparently it doesn't like frogs. Good to know. I got tons of river snails, though. Ooh, that's new. Fish fillet times 5. Okay. I messed that up. That's on me. I was like going for a pistachio, which I shouldn't have been doing. When I was doing it again there, but you know, I want to eat a pistachio as it turns out. Still got it that time, and I have my pistachio too. Okay. And honestly, that's kind of mundane and boring, so let's not do that. Even if it is a very good source of reviving bombs. Yeah, she's a guest. Okay, this could be a problem.
これで一安心ですね。
I suppose I could just avoid the enemies. It's probably the better case. What if I didn't? What if I risked this child's life?
やれやれ手こずらせて
It's funny, I don't remember her parents at all. I do remember her, though. I'm pretty sure she was in the first game, and I think she was, yeah, she was around with Joshua. I think. Huh. Rude.
あら、もう終わりなの？
Oh. Do I fight the giant crocodile with the girl? Probably not. It's probably a bad idea, right?
おや、あなた方は。
Oh, is this the Philip? The guy?
まあ、フィリップさん、お久しぶりですね。
お久しぶりでございます。クローディア殿下、エステル様、エルベリ宮に行ってらしたのですか？
うん、そうだけど、フィリップさんはオートにご用があったのですか？
Yeah, buying donuts and magazines, I bet.
ええ、公爵閣下のお申し付けで買い物などをしておりました。ひょっとして離宮で？
まあね。久しぶりに挨拶をさせていただきました。
It's been some time since the coup d'etat.
その様子ではやはり誠に申し訳ありません。
とんでもないです。謹慎されていると聞いたので少し心配だったのですが。
Oh, really? You were worried about the man who tried to take over the country?
お元気そうで安心しました。
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
そう言っていただけると。それでは私はこれで皆様失礼いたします。
Alright, bye, Philip. Hey, just walk by that monster, Philip. It's fine.
はあ、相変わらず苦労を背負い込んでるわね。あの公爵が小さい時から世話をしてるらしいけど、世話役としての経歴は20年以上だそうです。何でもその前には親衛隊に勤めていたとか。
Oh, so he's actually like a strong dude?
そうなの？まさに人は見かけによらないわね。今のおじさん、ただものじゃないと見たわ。
Uh-huh.
どうしたのよ、いきなり。
That's suspicious.
だってあんな風に目をつぶって歩けるんですもの。レンには絶対にできないわ。
What?
あれは目をつぶっているんじゃなくて細めなだけだと思うけど、ちなみに驚いていた時はちゃんと目を見開いてたわよ。あら、そうなの？驚いたお顔も見てみたくなっちゃったわ。
Sure, okay. This kid's gonna get killed one day. Bird!
これぞ勝利の美酒ってやつだな。
More birds. Did you really have to miss? You missed too, huh? Okay, great.
やれやれ
Fantastic.
手こずらせてくれる。
Fine, not like you guys are protecting a child or anything. Oh, there's a big arrow that says Grand Cell. Okay. I suppose I could have just followed that arrow. Egg monster should be here. Yeah. It's an easy enough target. Okay. I mean, that seems pretty quick.
さてと、急いでギルドに戻りましょう。レンちゃんのことについてエルナンさんと相談しなくちゃ。
それもあるけど、そろそろ軍の担当者が来ている時間よ。まさか忘れてないわよね。
あ
はあ、しょうがないわね。
あ、あらどうしたの？確かギルドっていうところにレンを案内してくれるのよね。あ、うん。それじゃあレンちゃん、遊撃士協会に行きましょう。お願いね。
Oh, this kid's a spy, isn't she? I get the bad feeling that she's actually like a spy or something. Aha! Oops, late again. Okay. Just as I thought, Troy was getting sidetracked. Hey, you. You in the white. You mean me? Yeah, you. Aren't you gonna come and say hi? Why do I have to say hello to you? Everyone who comes to this town comes to say hi to me. I don't want to. What did you... After all my papa said, a gentleman always introduces himself first. I don't want to be friends with someone who doesn't practice common courtesy. Ugh. Buy me popcorn. And by buy me, I mean I'm going to buy popcorn. There's a pretty complex sewer system here in Grand Cell. A number of passages used for maintenance are scattered about the city, so you can probably go in there. Rumor has it it's full of monsters, though, so I can't say I'd recommend it. I saw General Cassius in front of the castle the other day. He's younger than General Morgan, but he's calm and has a certain gravity to him, I thought. Still, why was the hero of the 100 Days War acting as a bracer? Apparently the Royal Army's guarding the city, since the signing ceremony for the pact is close. I wonder what Colonel Richard is doing nowadays. I believe the Colonel had some kind of reasoning behind his coup d'etat even now. Yeah, okay, sure. The reasoning was to take over the country, I imagine. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Buy another one of these. Okay. I have 3 of these, huh? Oh, that's right, there's nothing really in here. I was wondering if there's anything I should bother with.
軍の担当者もそろそろ来ている頃ね。急いでギルドに戻りましょう。
So they're not gonna let me?
そうね。あら、こっちじゃなかったの？
Let's try. We'll try all the ways. Do you want to buy weapons with this little girl? Oh, what an adorable little girl. Who, me? Yes, that's right. I wish I had a darling daughter like you. How about it? Want to become my child? Who says that? I already have a papa and mama I love very much. Sorry, lady. It was just a joke. I wish I could at least give you some candy. Sadly, all we have here is our weapons. Don't worry. It was a nice thought. Well, that was interesting. Yeah. Anything here I should buy? Nope, doesn't look like it. What lovely weather today. Okay, good to know. Apparently the Royal Army is guarding the city since the signing ceremony for... Okay, already talked to you. Talk to you too. Tom over at the factory is really skilled. I doubt there's anything he can't repair. Where should we go today? I really don't think we need to go anywhere. I'd like to relax and take it easy sometimes. Just a lot of people talking about, or thinking about Colonel Richards, it seems. The Colonel comes up in people's conversations even now. Certainly he did something bad, but that just shows how much charm he had. Sure. Apparently Colonel Richard, the one behind the coup d'etat, is being imprisoned at Leiston Fortress. I wonder what's going to happen to the Colonel. If he's behind the coup d'etat, I can't believe things will go easy for him. Glad I have this cough button. Okay, you're not letting me there. Okay, well, we'll try here. Okay, get to the Fisherman's Guild, where I'm going. You can't stop me. What if this girl wants to fish? What are guardians? Well, basically big fish. It's the reason there's so many fans of fishing in Liberal. Renee, did you ever fish with your papa? Oh, Estelle, fishing for kids and guys, right? Fishing's for kids and guys, right? I guess. But I do it, it's pretty fun. Really? Well, maybe I'll try it then. You're a kid, so I don't know. But you think Grancel isn't great for fishing with so few water sources, right? But surprise, there's a great little spot right next door. Do you know Romo Pond near the Royal Villa? There's a lot of fish in that spot. That little spot, specifically. I mean, I'm not actually part of the guild, so I don't have a rank. So, now I feel silly for not having a rank. Okay, I guess we're going to the guild. Hey, Tita's here.
Tadaima, Erunan-san.
Oh, that's Sid, right?
やあエステル君先日顔を合わせて以来だな。
あれれ、シード中佐じゃない。
なるほど。軍の担当者というのはあなたのことだったのね。レイストン要塞からこちらに。
ああ、その通りだ。つい先ほど警備艇でオートに到着したばかりでね。
そうなんだ。ちょうど私たちも仕事から戻ってきたんだけど。
おや、そちらのお嬢さんはひょっとして例の。
あ、うん、そうなのよ。ちょっと事情があって連れてきちゃったんだけど。レンちゃん、お姉さんたち少し話があるから2階で待っててくれないかな。あら、ひょっとしてお仕事の話？あ、うん。ごめんね。別にいいけど、お仕事ってまるでパパみたいな感じ？レン、そういうのあんまり好きじゃないわ。レンちゃんって言ったかな。私と一緒におしゃべりでもしない？私、レンちゃんのこといろいろと知りたいな。
Yeah, let the kids talk.
あなたと？そうね。ありがとう。それじゃあお姉ちゃん、私たち2階で待ってるね。
Well, that solves that, I guess.
助かっちゃったわ。
Tita?
どういう事情かは後ほど聞くとしましょうか。まずはシード中佐の話を先に聞いていただけますか。
早速聞かせていただくわ。
すまない。こちらも急ぎなものでね。まずこの話は王国軍からの正式な依頼と考えてもらいたい。君たちにある件の調査と情報収集をお願いしたいんだ。
ある件の調査？
不戦条約は知っているね。実はその条約締結を妨害しようとする脅迫状が各方面に届けられたんだ。
脅迫状？それは穏やかではありませんね。一体どんな内容なんですか？
これをご覧ください。
All parties involved in the non-aggression pact immediately back down from this act of deceit and false compromise. Should you not, a great disaster will be visited upon you.
うわ
なるほど、脅迫状ね。内容はこれだけなの？
ああ、これだけだ。そしてお気づきのように差出人の名前も書かれていない。
Yeah, that would kind of be like counterintuitive. You'd probably just get arrested if you put your name on that.
正直いたずらの可能性が一番高いと思われるんだが、
単なるいたずらとは思えない気がかりな要素がある、そういうわけだね。
ああ、脅迫文が届けられた場所だ。まずはレイストン要塞の司令部、続いて飛行船公社、グランセル大聖堂、ホテルローエンバウム、リベール通信社、そして帝国大使館、共和国大使館、グランセル城、エルベ離宮、全部で9カ所だ。
そんなに？
なるほど。ただのいたずらにしちゃ大規模だな。軍が気にするのも無理はない。
しかし飛行船公社に七曜協会、一見条約締結とは関係なさそうなところに見えるわね。
ところが厳密に言うと全く関係がないわけじゃない。まず飛行船公社は帝国共和国関係者を送迎するチャーター便を出す予定でね。同じくホテルもすでに関係者の宿泊予約が入っている状況だ。さらに大聖堂のカラント大司教は女王陛下から条約締結の見届け役を依頼されているそうだし、リベール通信は不戦条約に関する特集記事を数号前から連載している。
どこも何らかの形で条約に関わっているってことね。一体何者の仕業なのかしら。
これは一筋縄ではいかないね。国際条約である以上、妨害しようとする容疑者はいろいろと考えられるだろう。
そうだな。共和国か帝国の主戦派、もしくは三国の協力を歓迎しない全く別の国家の仕業か。
もちろん王国内にも容疑者は存在すると思います。そして最悪の可能性が結社ね。
それで軍としては私たちに何を調べると？
君たちにお願いしたいのは他でもない。脅迫状が届けられた各所で聞き込み調査をしてほしいんだ。具体的にはエルベ離宮とレイストン要塞を除いた7カ所だ。
飛行船公社、グランセル大聖堂、ホテルローエンバウム、リベール通信社、帝国大使館、共和国大使館、そしてグランセル城ですね。
Yeah, get those steps in.
どこも制服軍人が立ち寄ると目立ちそうな場所だね。情報部を失った今、聞き込みをギルドに頼るのも無理はないかな。
恥ずかしながらご指摘の通りだ。そして新しい司令官殿の方針でギルドに回せそうな仕事は片っ端から回せとのことでね。それを実践させてもらったよ。
まったくもう父さんも調子いいわね。
まあまあ、これも先生の信頼の証よ。
君たちに依頼したのはあくまで私の一存さ。この度条約調印式までの王都周辺の警備を一任されてね。警備体制を整えるためにはなるべく多くの情報が欲しいんだ。どうか引き受けてもらえないかな。
引き受けたいのは山々なんだけど、もう一つ片付けなくちゃいけない事件が起きちゃって。
先ほどのお嬢さんの件ですね。かいつまんで説明していただけませんか？
Still explain the situation with Renee being abandoned at the Urba Will
な
Villa.
るほど。確かにそれは放っておけないな。
Oh, but let's ignore it anyways. We could totally ignore it.
しかし あんな年派もいかない子供を置き去り
What
に
if
す
we
る
just
とは。
ignored it?
前にその親御さんと少し話したことがあるんだけど、とっても真面目そうで娘思いのご両親って感じだったわ。何かのっぴきならない事情があると思うんだけど。
そうですね。何かの事件と関わって娘さんを巻き込まないようにしたのかもしれません。しかしそれでしたら一石二鳥かもしれませんよ。どうやらレンさんのご両親は外国人でいらっしゃるようです。なら大使館やホテルなどに問い合わせた方がいいでしょうね。
ああ、なるほど。
At the same time?
どちらも脅迫状が届けられた場所ってわけね。飛行船公社にも乗船記録があるはずよ。
王国軍も各地に通達を回して親御さんの捜索に協力しよう。関所を通ったのならわかるはずだ。
ありがとうシード中佐。
どうやらこのまま話を進めても良さそうですね。具体的な調査方法と分担はこちらに任せていただくとして、やはり調査結果の報告は文書と口頭がよろしいですか？
ああ、盗聴を避けるためにも動力通信は使わないでほしい。実は本日からエルベリ宮に警備本部が置かれる予定でね。ご足労かとは思うが、そちらにお願いできるかな。
わかった。それじゃあ調査結果の方はエルベリ宮に直接届けるわね。
よろしく頼むよ。
After seeing Colonel sit out, Estelle's team decided to split up to investigate. Estelle, Zin, and Olivia and Chloe were to head to the embassies, Grand Cell Castle, and Liberal News, while Scheherazade would investigate the Cathedral Hotel and Airship Company on her own. Oh wow, do I not have Scheherazade in my party for the first time? That's weird.
ティータ、レンちゃん、悪いけどお留守番頼むわね。それなんだけど、レンはティータと一緒にお買い物に行くことにしたわ。ごめんね。
I guess I can't have Tita with me.
レンちゃんがどうしても百貨店に行きたいらしくて。あら、心外ね。ティータもぬいぐるみとか見てみたいって言ってたじゃない。レンちゃんだら。いつレンちゃんのパパたちの情報が入るかわからないから待っててほしいんだけど。ダブルでその目はずるいわよ。
いいんじゃないの？ティータちゃんがついていれば買い物くらい大丈夫よ。
Yeah, let's just let these two, you know, preteens hang around a city alone.
ティータ、レンちゃん、私たちも夕方には戻るからそれまでには戻ってきなさいよ。それとボートは広いから迷子にならないよう気をつけるように。任せて。それじゃあレンちゃん、早速出かけようか。もちろんよ。お姉さんたち、またね。
Alright, bye, kids.
すぐに仲良くなっちゃったみたいですね。さすがに年齢が近いだけはあるわね。でもレンちゃんとティータの組み合わせか。微妙に不安なコンビね。あら、どうしてですか？いや、だってティータって推しに弱そうだし、レンちゃんに色々と振り回されそうな気がしない？確かに。
そういえばエルナンさん、あの子の両親の名前はちゃんと聞き出せたの？
なんとか。クロスベル自治州に住む貿易商のご夫妻のようですね。名前はハロルド・ヘイバーズとソフィア・ヘイバーズだそうです。
Okay, so Harold and Sophia.
クロスベルの貿易商ハロルド&ソフィア夫妻と。手帳にメモしたわ。
こちらも OK よ。脅迫状の調査と合わせて聞き込みを始めるとしますか。
打ち合わせ通りエステルさんは帝国共和国大使館とグランセル城リベール通信を当たってください。各大使館についてはジンさん、オリビエさんに協力をお願いします。
任せたまえ。
要するに大使さんに紹介すりゃいいわけだな。
グランセル城については殿下よろしくお願いします。エステルさんにしかるべき方を紹介してあげてください。
はい、 わかりました。
リベール通信は言うまでもなくエステルさん自身が一番の適任ですね。
ナイアルに聞いてみるわ。
残りの大聖堂、飛行船校舎、ホテルローエンバウムですが、シェラザードさんにまとめて調査をお願いします。
ええ、その方が効率がいいでしょう。
それじゃレッツゴー。さてと、聞き込みを始めますか。どこから行こうか。
ま、どこからでもいいだろう。カルバード大使館だったら俺はフリーパスになっている。すぐにお前さんたちを大使に紹介してやれるはずだ。
僕はエレボニア大使館だね。門番の兵士に取り次げば丁重に案内してくれるはずだ。
グランセル城でしたら私がいればそのまま入れます。
So this party is pretty much just like, yo, these are the people you need to
お
bring.
ばあ様に相談してみるのが一番いいかもしれませんね。リベール通信も特に問題なさそうだし、まあいいわ。片っ端から訪ねてみることにしましょう。
Okay. Apparently Tom at the factory had a fight with the manager Zacharias. I heard they'd always kind of gotten along poorly, but yeah, what happened? Oh, was there more missions? Check. The missing exhibit. Short term. A bit ago, one of our exhibits was removed by someone. It's not a particularly valuable item, so it's likely just a prank. But I would like to ask for an investigation just to be safe.
今のところ何か。
Okay. Well, let's take care of that really quickly then. Where's kids? In this area, right? Wonder if I can find the kids in here. Good weather today again. You sure seem to be yawning an awful lot while I'm trying to pour my heart out to you. If you're a friend, suffer with me. Suffer with me. Oh, here they are.
お姉ちゃん、ティータ、レンちゃんをよろしく頼むわね。任せて。レンちゃんと一緒に行きたいとこがいっぱいあるの。そうなんだ。くれぐれも迷子にならないようにね。はーい。レンちゃん、ここにいたんだ。あら、お姉さん。ねえ、お姉さんはどのぬいぐるみがいいと思う？そうね。そこのウサギなんて可愛いと思うけど。本当に？奇遇ね。レンもウサギさんが一番可愛いと思うわ。ぬいぐるみを見るとアネラスさんを思い出すわね。今頃どうしてるかな。アネラスさん？私と同じ遊撃士なんだけど、ぬいぐるみが大好きなお姉さんよ。きっとレンちゃんと気が合うんじゃないかな。レンもそのお姉さんに会える？
Who knows what the future games will hold.
今は仕事でオートにいないけど、そのうち会えるかもしれないわ。そのうちっていつ？明日？それとも明後日？ちょっとわからないかな。お買い物が終わったら他の場所にも遊びに行ってみたいわ。ティータにいろいろ案内してもらうのよ。私たちもう少しここでお買い物していくね。
Okay. Do I need anything from here? I think I got all this stuff. Even have the liberal news. Because I'm looking for the, oh. I thought it was here somewhere. I know those are the two embassies. Maybe it's this way. Yeah, this is an embassy. Fighting arena. Kinda bored, maybe I'll go back to the old department store on my way back. Okay, this would be... This is still closed off. Okay. That's one of the embassies. A black-haired soldier came out of the embassy just a bit ago. His expression was impressive, but he was so cool. Okay. Here we go. Lately, even the museum head and the curator seem to be very busy. I hope they don't fall ill. I handed that thing over to the museum director. Apparently they're looking into whether or not it's something the museum can hold on to, so I'm having a wander while they check it out.
おや、君たちは。
どうも、遊撃士協会の者です。掲示板に出された依頼を見てきたんですけど。
おお、待っていたよ。早速依頼の話をするが構わないかね。
大丈夫よ。それで一体何が盗まれたの？
それなんだが、君たちこの辺りを見て
Is this
何
gonna be
か違和
Phantom
感を
Thief
感じ
B
ないか
again?
ね。
違和感。ここって飛行船の写真が展示されているコーナーよね。言われてみると何かが足りない気が。わかりました。確かそこの壁にはアルセイユの写真が飾ってあったと思います。あ、そういえば。
僕もオート見物の時ここで写真を見た記憶があるよ。
ということは盗まれたのはそのアルセイユの写真ってわけか。
お察しの通りだ。朝には確かにあったんだが、昼過ぎにはいつの間にかなくなっていてね。
Need better security.
代わりにこんなカードが
Oh
壁に
yeah,
貼
it's
り付けてあった
Phantom Thief B. Blue Blanc or
麗
whatever.
しの姫君とその友らよ。気高き白鷹の写し絵は我が手中へと舞い降りた。これを求めんとするならば、第一の鍵は老少の巨に。時の傍観者を探れ。
So what, Morgan's house? I know that his house is here.
はあ、またしてもあいつか。 困りましたね。
どうやらこの僕に対抗心を燃やしているようだね。
怪盗紳士ブルブラン。話には聞いていたが随分かぶいた男のようだな。
おお、犯人に心当たりがあるのかね。それは心強い。よろしく頼んだよ。
わかりました。
We solved the case who stole it, we just don't have the item back.
それじゃあ早速調べに行くとしますか。
Which is a problem, really. I mean, they said it wasn't that expensive, so is it really that? Like, he could just be like, well, whatever, like, we could make a new, like, congratulations, we could just get a new photo. It's not a big deal. Anyways. So the first clue was General Morgan's house, right? I mean, that's clearly, it said the aged general. I know General Morgan lives here. Question is, I don't remember exactly where, but it's somewhere. Where am I? That's the castle. Don't want to go there just yet. Is Morgan's house? Huh. So she's a master fisherman. Okay, good to know. Where the hell is this guy's house? Is it that? Or does he live in that other district? He may live in that other district. But we're gonna find out here now. We're gonna have top grade beefsteak today to cheer up Dad, apparently. Mom sure is being awfully sweet to Dad. Oh, I smell something good. Okay, did his wife do something terrible? I suppose the way to get him some energy is to make him a really great meal. I guess I've just got to try a few things and see what sticks. That's true. That's why I learned that I like making roasted chicken. There have been all sorts of rumors flying around about the Queen being ill, but she's quite well, I assure you. It's true that she's been running herself ragged cleaning up after the coup d'etat and preparing for the signing ceremony, though. I'll be right there to support her in any way I can. Even the slightest delay in signing ceremony is unacceptable. Jeez. This lingering cough after I've been sick for like so long is really frustrating. Because it's like I have this scratchiness in my throat and I'm not actually like sick. I don't have any problems with my sinuses or anything anymore, but like Yeah, it's just frustrating. For all my husband's dislike of bracers, he certainly speaks of them quite a lot recently. Perhaps it's Cassius's influence, as shocking as that would be. Alright. I'm ransacking your house. They have a dartboard in the kitchen? Weird. The good sir's changed a bit. Maybe it's my imagination, but he seems to smile more than I'm accustomed to seeing. Okay. Aged General's home. Anything fun and exciting? Upstairs, maybe?
老将っていうとやっぱりモルガン将軍だろうし、ということはこれが時の傍観者になるのかな。
So a clock?
ええ、その可能性は高いと思います。
中を調べさせてもらう必要がありそうだね。
Still asked and received permission from the owners of the house to investigate the clock. Alright, let's break this clock. Upon inspection, they found a card stuck to the back.
第二の鍵は市中に。地にとどまった象徴を探れ。
睨んだ通りだったか。
まさか家の中にそんなものが仕掛けられていたなんて。
まあこの家への害があってやったわけじゃないはずですから、安心しても大丈夫だと思います。
Yeah, just be fine with the fact that someone went into your house without you knowing.
でも念のため夜はしっかりと戸締まりをしておいてください。
はい。ええ、気をつけますわ。
それでは次に行ってみるとしようか。
Okay, so it said something about perched. So is that like birds? There's a bunch of birds around here. Okay, let's talk to all the birds. Okay, not that bird. This bird? Golden Toast, chirp. Alright, bye, Golden Toast. Try again. What? It's the same bird. I'm gonna keep talking to you, because you're not running away. See ya. Bye. Omelet. Bye. Pastry I've talked to. Coffee. See ya. Oh, there's... What? Huh. Man, these birds just run away. Okay. I need to make like sort of a diagram here of the birds. So I know that sounds crazy, but just hear me out. So I need a bird diagram. They're moving around. This isn't gonna work. Jeez. Okay. Have I talked to all these birds already? Let's see, that's just one. Coffee. Croissant. Pastry. So coffee, croissant, and pastry are done. Golden Toast is done. That's Golden Toast. That's still coffee. Okay. There's at least like 7 of these things. That's Golden Toast again. Omelet. Okay, omelet's new. Any of these not have the thing? Coffee. Coffee. Still talking to coffee, apparently. Pastry. Let's see. Coffee, pastry, Golden Toast, omelet. And there's... how many of them are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it not this? So many birds here. Oh, there's a fishing spot in the harbor? Sure. I wonder if Princess Claudia will make an appearance at the signing ceremony. I think it'd be far more visually pleasing than having Duke Dunan there, at the very least. I don't see Princess Claudia at many public events, though. Okay. Maybe it's not that. Oh, wait, is it this? Something here. It's a giant bird statue.
「地にとどまった象徴」か。この白はやぶさの彫像なんか怪しいと思うんだけど。
うん。確かにリベールの象徴たる鳥だからな。
それでは調べてみましょうか。
There's a card stuck to the base of the iron fence. That was quick.
第三の鍵は異国の館に。青き騎士の決意を見よ
よし、正解ね。
Foreign Ments.
でも青き騎士って何を示しているのかしら。親衛隊の大使さんたちのこととか。ああ、確かに青い軍服ですし。
Yeah, but he said foreign.
いや、異国の館と言っているのに親衛隊では筋が通らないだろう。何よりも美しくないから他の可能性を当たるべきだと思うよ。
そういうもんかしら。まあ似た者同士の言うことだし、ここは忠告に従った方がいいかも。
Okay, so it's gotta be one of the embassies, right? Do I? Yeah, I could do an EP cut 3 with him now. An EP3? Chaos Brand. Horrible down. Sure. Do I have a cast 3? I do not. Can I get anything better than blind? I would give him Saint. What does Saint do? I don't know what Saint does. A Crest and La Crest. I kind of want to do this just to see what those are. Let's see. Safarion. I want to give him access to more heals. Earthguard, Saint Crest, La Crest. Yeah, let's try that. I'll put blind back on later, maybe, if I'm worried. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need to equip him with something. Let's see. Increases the range of guns and crossbows. Yeah, sure. Okay. Buzzer. Prevents poison, prevents freeze, death blows, seals, bind, mute, sleep, petrify, freeze, poison. Defense +8. Move +2. And mystery, mystery, mystery. That's actually a pretty good piece of equipment. If I could buy more of these, I maybe should. Move freeze to cold environments, prevents KO. Let's do this. This I know I have a better armor, so let's do that. No better weapon. Okay. Let's see. It's the Calvard one and it's green. Araboni is red. It said Blue Knight, though. Well, let's save just in case I'm screwing up here. Let's try Calvard first.
よう兄さん、久しぶりだな。
あれれ、ジンさんじゃないっすか。
Yeah, holy crap, it's Zin.
またリベールに遊びに来てくれたんすか。
まあそんなところだ。挨拶がてらエルザ大使に相談があってきたんだが、今いるかい？
外出はされてないからいらっしゃると思うっすよ。ところでそちらの方々は？
ギルドの仕事仲間でね。うちの大使さんに紹介しようと思ってるんだ。
へえ、そうっすか。ま、ジンさんの連れなら通しちゃっても大丈夫っすね。 どうぞお通りくださいっす。あ、大使館の敷地内は治外法権になっていますから、くれぐれも不審な行動は慎んだ方がいいっすよ。
だってさ、オリビエ。
やれやれ、信用がないね。
They don't trust you at all, from what I understand. This is the first time I've been in here. This is interesting. Okay. Is that a blue carpet? Maybe that's what this is?
ほう、これはこれは。
へえ、これがカルバード大使館なんだ。さすが立派で豪華な雰囲気ね。
それにどことなく異国情緒のある内装ですね。
ま、東方からの移民を受け入れてきた国だからな。ちなみにエルザ大使の部屋は2階の奥にあるぞ。
わかった。
Okay. Ah, Zin. Hey, I'm back. Might end up borrowing a room, so I'll be in your care if that happens. Of course. I'll have everything squeaky clean for you. That's very nice. Just talk to everybody? Oh, you all are... Wife, it isn't Zin! Counselor, pleasure. All together here. Are they your guests? Yes, they're co-workers with the guild. Are you here about the threat letter? It's as you guessed, it's a request from the Royal Army. Do you have any ideas? Threat letters like that aren't exactly rare in the Republic. To be honest, I barely paid it any heed at all. True, there are a lot of radical groups in the country. Yes, they always cause trouble when the issue of immigration comes up. Well, this time at least I can't say anything. Why don't you see what Ambassador Cochrane thinks first? Yes, we'll do that right now. You'll pardon us? Anything here? No? Okay. The shelf holds the Dull Knight series? Holy shit. Long ago in a certain little village there lived a young boy. He was some 13 years old. His name was Pedro. Pedro was a small boy, not very strong, but his fingers were dexterous enough to astonish anyone. When he moved his whittling knife, wooden blocks would turn into birds and wonderful creatures as if by magic. The boy spent his days with these crafts as his life. One day, strange travelers came by the village. An old man with sharp eyes and a large man in black garb casually strolled into the general store, whereupon their eyes were drawn to a wooden bird so cunningly carved that one could almost hear its wings beat the air. It was Pedro's last creation. After inquiring with the owner of the general store, the old man and his escort came upon the little house where Pedro lived. And the first words they had for him were, "Prepare your things, we're leaving for the city." Pedro's eyes widened in shock at the order. "What is this?" he cried. "Who are you people?" And his eyes fell on the large man's back. Pedro's words caught him in his throat. The old man chuckled. "So you did notice. I thought you would." And the old man's fingers stretched transparent threads. He gestured, and the black-garbed man bowed gracefully. The immense man was a clockwork puppet. "He is the Black Priest," the old man said, "my finest work." A wrinkled face creased further as he smiled slyly. He was the famous master Capri Oratoria, a puppeteer known wrought through Weltunda. Oratoria fixed Pedro with a beady eye. "You could craft something even greater than this. Doesn't the mere thought excite you?" No more words were needed. Tossing his carved knife into a sack, Pedro filled his cap on his head, or fixed his cap on his head, and greeted his new master by saying farewell to his home. Are we just reading this now? Am I reading it now? Years passed swiftly for Pedro. At Ortaria's workshop on the outskirts of the capital, under the tutelage of puppeteer Capri, he learned the techniques to build clockwork puppets and the skills to make them dance and perform. After years of training, he completed his own masterpiece, a doll of noble bearing dressed in armor with a gleaming blue helm. Capri's masterwork, the Black Priest, was a martial arts type focused on maneuverability, then Pedro's blue puppet was a well-balanced swordsman. Its counterattacks, as it turned aside the Black Priest's punches and kicks, were the very image of a graceful knight. "What will you call it?" Capri asked. Pedro had no answer. He had been so focused on its creation that he hadn't actually thought of one. Ultimately, it would come to be called the Blue Knight before he could name it. It was some time after Pedro constructed the Blue Knight that the king who ruled from the city would pass on from their world. The king had been long ill, so there was little shock, and the mourning period passed smoothly. And so, in accordance with the law, the king's only daughter, Princess Tia, would ascend to the throne as queen. Okay, we're just gonna keep going, yeah. Great. Pedro visited the city, accompanied by the Blue Knight. With the crowning ceremony approaching, the streets were abuzz with excitement. As he strolled the city center, people passing by cast looks at his way. What a noble knight he must be. I'm sure he must be quite the famous hero. Do you suppose he's attending the crowning ceremony? Trailing quietly behind the Blue Knight, Pedro could hardly keep himself from doing a little dance. He felt like a step towards Capri, who could control the Black Priest as if it was a human itself. Of course, at the same time, he found it annoying that others thought him the servant of his own creation. It was on his way back to the workshop outside of town that Pedro's humming was interrupted by a scream. "No, please, stop," cried a voice from the woods. "No one's gonna save you," a man growled. "Give up and give in." From the looks of things, some thuggish men had a girl cornered. Daintily and clad in a white dress, the girl's searching eyes sought desperately for a way to flee from the danger. Pedro squared his shoulders and, lowering his cap to shadow his eyes, he set his fingers in motion. The Blue Knight charged forward. Upon seeing the Blue Knight appear like a shadow from the heart of the forest, the men harassing the girl could only gape in amazement. "Leave the girl and this place," the Blue Knight declared from the depths of its helmet. This was the ventriloquism that the old master had drilled into his head as a secret of puppeteering. "Who the hell are you? Get out of here before you get hurt, fools!" With a jab from the Clockwork Fist. The Blue Knight knocked back the man holding the woman and pivoted swiftly to kick both men away. "Are you hurt, young lady?" "No, I'm well." "Good. 'Twould be best if you stood back." At last the Blue Knight drew its sword. Swathed in black, a third man who seemed like the leader approached. Not bad for a wanderer. Pedro eyed the new arrival. The black-garbed man's stance suggested he knew something of proper swordsmanship. "Enough playing, though. Hand over the girl, and I'll see you rewarded." "To ignore one's duties is to be without courage. I fear I cannot do that," said the Blue Knight. "Well then, die!" screamed the black-garbed man, and attacked. The girl with the sky blue eyes. Oh, is this the Blue Eyes White Dragon? Anyways. The man in black attacked from the upper right. He feinted as if to strike the shoulder, but twisted his wrist and changed to slash across the body. Pedro, having read the feint, pulled at his strings. The Blue Knight stepped back a half step, dodging the horizontal slash, then smacked the outstretched blade, knocking it from his foe's hands. "Impossible!" The black-garbed man rubbed his numb hand and paled at the Blue Knight as the Blue Knight shifted slightly. As if it was a sign, the thugs turned and scattered like baby spiders. The girl gave a sigh of relief and curtsied. "Thank you very much." She was a bit shaky, but her manner was that of a noble woman. "It is the duty of every knight to protect. Pay it no mind." "Ah, are you from foreign lands, perhaps?" Suddenly, Pedro was struck with a moment of whimsy. "I am the touring knight Pedro, the boy there is my servant," he made the puppet reply. "Huh?" The girl finally seemed to notice him. She faced him with an expression of bewilderment. However, Pedro was no less surprised. Indeed, his shock was many, many times greater than hers. Cool, turquoise blue eyes, the familiar, achingly lovely form. It was the same girl he had seen at ceremonies from the balcony of the palace. "Your Highness," he blurted. The girl, wrapped in pure white, as if the very girl who had just lost her father was able to be crowned in the capital. It was Princess Tia. "Would you be willing to guard me for these 2 weeks until the crowning ceremony?" In the royal throne room, Princess Tia asked this question with a serious expression, of course. She asked it not of Pedro, but of the Blue Knight. "Have you not a royal guard? Surely you would be far better off with them as your protectors." Unable to say that the Blue Knight was a puppet, Pedro followed as far as the throne room. He shivered, sensing even more trouble about to come. "The royal guard that protect the capital they obey the words of my uncle, Duke Gaston. Even before, they abandoned me and fled," Princess Tia said softly. Duke Gaston was a man surrounded by bad rumors. It was an open secret that he took advantage of the previous king's illness to line his own purse. "The man in black you confronted, sir? Pedro, I'm sure that was my uncle's second-in-command. All of it was planned." Princess Tia's blue eyes clouded. At this point, the kindly Pedro could hardly refuse the role of escort. "Understood, I shall accept your request," he had the Blue Knight reply. Princess Tia's smile was like the sun breaking through the clouds. "Thank you, sir. Knight, thank you very much." She turned towards Pedro as well. "And you too, sir, great servant. May I ask for your name?" Pedro hid his eyes once more in the shadow of his cap. I'm no one worthy of naming myself. Ooh, poor guy. 7? Okay. Protecting the princess proved harder than predicted. After all, almost every day, there were new ne'er-do-wells sent after her. Eventually, partially due to their closeness in age, Princess Tia and Pedro, still playing the servant, came to speak very openly to each other. While glad for the princess's trust, he didn't know what he would do if the truth of the Blue Knight came out. Pedro was beside himself with worry. On the other side of the city, a letter was delivered to a certain puppet workshop. What is this boy doing? Guessing the circumstances from the very vague statement in Pedro's letter, Capri sighed and gave a bitter smile. However, perhaps this is a good chance, he mused. Pedro was ever bright and straight as an arrow, yet his thoughts were always of puppets. Partially due to living outside of the city, he had no friends he could call close, and yet it hardly seems as if he felt lonely for it. While the role of escort to the princess was perhaps beyond his station, if it proved a chance to awaken more human feelings in his apprentice, Capri would only wish him the best with a parent's heart. Jeez, how many more chapters? Is this the last one? The girl has the devil's own luck. In a dim room, lit by a flickering candle, flames Duke Gaston cursed hatefully. He felt not a moment of sympathy or care for his niece. At this rate, she shall see the crowning ceremony, he snarled. This night, Pedro, can't we handle him? He's the first man so skilled that we've encountered, we fear that even if the royal guard attacked at once, it might be difficult. Recalling the shame of having his sword knocked from his hands, Duke Gaston's second-in-command bit his lip. Still, we have nothing to fear, he said. While a bit of an odd character, we have hired a skilled assassin to handle this, my lord. Odd? What sort of person is he? Aha, did you call? The flames danced bewitchingly, then went out as one, as if nothing... They went out as one, as if something tremendously heavy had collapsed down onto it. The carpeted floor shook with a thud. Who is it? Duke Gaston took a step back. The shadow illuminated by a moon was tremendous and inhuman. My lord, fear not. This is our assassin, Harlequin. He will remove all that is in your way with his puppet. The assassin sketched a mocking bow. Aha, I do love hunting. I don't take jobs unless the prey's lively. A snickering laugh took the darkness, bringing a nasty smile to the Duke's face as well. Worry not, I'm sure your hunt will be most enjoyable. And so did the night bathed in red by a crimson mood fade to dawn, melting like ice. I guess the other bookshelves. Oh god, there's so many of this. Okay. I'm invested now. I need to know how this ends. Afternoon in Lesser Palace. Afternoon in the palace began with a tea party in the gardens. The princess, as always, filled 3 cups with black tea from the pot. Please enjoy your tea, my thanks, the Blue Knight intoned. Thank you very much, Pedro said. Pedro moved the Blue Knight with his left hand as he sipped the tea made by the princess. It was the happiest moment in their otherwise busy days. Good servant, you really seem to enjoy your tea. It makes it very worth the effort for the one who made it. You're too kind, smiling bitterly, Pedro pulled his strings. The Blue Knight, in one go, emptied the teacup into the leather sack in his neck. And this, Princess Tia could only sigh, whereas Sir Pedro seems to hardly find it delicious at all. It makes it difficult to be motivated. Pardon me, I fear I am an impolite man. In his heart, Pedro felt a nervous edge, but the Blue Knight answered with an ever-calm face. There have been countless moments where it seemed as if everything would be revealed, but Princess Tia showed no signs of doubting the truth of the Blue Knight. The princess smiled faintly, but her expression quickly turned somber. I suppose it doesn't matter. These fun afternoons will end tomorrow. After the crowning ceremony the following day, you shall both leave the city after all. At the princess's lonely words, Pedro's heart beat fast as a drum. I fear I am a man on the path of the warrior, so my apologies, the Blue Knight said. No, I should apologize. I shall hardly make much of a queen like this. The princess shook herself and smiled brightly. Forgetting to control the puppet, Pedro ducked his head to hide the longing in his face. He would have loved to stay as her guard. Though she might have been of noble birth, Princess Tia was a lovely girl who had lost her father. However, she had been speaking not of the servant like Pedro, but of the Blue Knight. For the princess, Pedro was simply part of the package. Thinking that made his chest hurt somehow. It was a pain such as he'd never felt when he was handling his puppets. Ultimately, Pedro had chosen, even if it meant saddening the princess, to flee from this unbearable pain in his chest. And would you like a second cup? As if to clear the heavy atmosphere, the princess offered the pot with a smile. Oh, that does sound good. Mind giving me a cup? With an unwavering laugh, a shadow leapt in. Ah, what? A sudden gust tore through the garden, sending the tea set flying off the table. Crimson wings beat the air as an immense puppet, in the form of a devil, fell to the earth. Sorry for interrupting your lovely tea party, tittered a voice. Would you mind playing with me for a bit? On the devil's left arm was a human figure. It was the masked puppeteer Harlequin. I'll make sure it's plenty of fun, he giggled. Am I 11 now? Lady Tia, stand back. Pedro, shielding the princess behind him, sent the Blue Knight forward towards the Crimson Devil's right arm. It was a blind spot for the masked puppeteer. With a rapid turn, the knight let loose a heavy strike. The tip of the sword was swallowed up in the base of the creature's wing. The demon's right arm flashed up. The blade and claw scraped, sending sparks into the air. Losing its balance, the Blue Knight took an unsteady step back. The demon gave a shiver, and the barbed tail, thick as a log, screamed through the air, striking forward. Astonished by the technique, Pedro snapped the Blue Knight back, dodging the tail swipe. Oh, you are good. I didn't think you were in the same business. The masked puppeteer spoke not to the Blue Knight, but to Pedro. Knight, as if to interrupt these words, pointed its sword to the puppeteer. What nonsense are you speaking? You shall not come, then I shall strike first. Even now, Pedro tried to hide it. Princess Tia, with a confused expression, gazed upon the preceding events. I see, that's how it is, the masked puppeteer, as if suddenly realizing the situation, laughed softly. My, well, let no one call me rude. If you'd rather not share, I'll stay quiet. But you know, the puppeteer's voice dipped low and was tinged with a rolling darkness. If you don't even have that much guts to even thinking you can win against my calamity is naive. Okay, we're at 12 now, right? The Crimson Demon? The demon doll Calamity kicked the ground and launched itself into the air, closing the gap in an instant. Pedro reacted just a moment too slow, so intent was he on not wanting the princess to notice. It was the tiniest of openings, but it was one that would prove fatal. First, the sword was knocked from the clockwork's hands. Then, the claw continued to dig in, cutting through the blue armor like butter. Oh my, what's wrong? The tail whipped in, encircling the Blue Knight. With a twitch of the puppeteer's fingers, the tail tightened, crushing both the knight's arms. Caught you, the barb... The claws grabbed the Blue Knight by its feathering helm and lifted it up off its feet. Stop. The first puppet he'd made, that he put so much effort into, was being torn to pieces. Pedro lost himself for a moment and ran forward. You are so impatient, no need to worry. I was going to give him back. The Crimson Demon held the Blue Knight high and threw it down towards Pedro. Ugh, the Blue Knight crashed into Pedro and bowled him over. He lay in a crumpled heap upon the lawn under the body of the puppet. Please stop, the princess stepped between the fallen pair and the masked puppeteer, her arms spread wide. I offer myself to you. In return, I command you to cease this senseless violence. At Princess Tia's bold words, the puppeteer licked his lips proudly. You'd offer yourself in place of your guard? Why, you bring tears to my eyes, princess. You mustn't, Lady Tia. Barely conscious, Pedro desperately tried to put words together. He had not the energy to use ventriloquism. My master Pedro is fine. Leave it to him. Hurry, run. Sir Pedro, silence. At the princess's angry words, Pedro managed to open his eyes fully. But those words were addressed most surely to he, still garbed and acting the servant. You knew. I'm sorry I pretended not to notice, the princess smiled in a sad, lonely way, then turned to the puppeteer again with a dignified expression. Now, take me to my uncle. My oh my, what a princess you are. I bet you would have made quite the queen, too. The demon slowly stretched out its right arm. When the princess stepped on, it began to beat its crimson wings. Sir Pedro, thank you so much. This last week was very fun. These words of goodbye sunk into his brain. As he watched the scarlet shadow be swallowed into the blue sky, Pedro's consciousness slowly faded into darkness. No, I already read this one. So 14. We're almost there. The next morning, when Pedro opened his eyes, he found himself in his room at the dull workshop. Safe on his familiar firm bed, he felt a rush of relief. It had all been a dream. Capri called out from the workshop. "Oh, how are you feeling?" Pedro craned his neck. On the workbench in the back he glimpsed disassembled blue parts spread out across the wood. He leaped up, panicked. It wasn't a dream. It seemed Capri had used the Black Priest to bring Pedro and the broken form of the Blue Knight back to the castle. "It's my fault." Pedro's eyes trailed over his former masterpiece, now reduced to junk. His memory then trailed back over cool turquoise... Okay. His memory then trailed back over cool, turquoise blue eyes, a warm smile, like a ray of sunlight, and fine fingers pouring black tea. Pedro grounded his lips between his teeth. Grounded his lips? Oh, it's like pursing your lips almost. Okay, sure. I actually physically did that, but don't worry about it. The Blue Knight wasn't good enough. If I had any talent as a puppeteer, I would have been able to protect Princess Tia. "It seems you still don't understand," Capri muttered. His face took on a rare expression of severity. "What you lack is here." In a forceful motion, he jabbed his finger against Pedro's chest. Pedro could only blink in shock. Her Highness knew the truth of the Blue Knight, and yet she chose to pretend not to. Do you really not understand why? Because, unexpectedly in the depth of his mind, he had a flash of insight. "Sir Pedro, silence," she said, and then I proceeded to not notice. He recalled the sad, lonely smile she gave him when she revealed it. Something hot boiled up inside his chest. Pedro raised his head and fixed Capri with an intense gaze. "Master, I beg of you, help me repair the Blue Knight." The old man studied his face. "The masked puppeteer you fought is a man feared like a demon in our trade. A half-baked man can't hope to match him, do you understand? Even so I will, for the person who believed in me." When he said this, Capri smiled broadly, as if something grand had just fallen in his lap. It was the day before the crowning ceremony. At the palace, the princess's absence had been noticed, and the royal heap fell into an uproar from top to bottom. There's a card trapped between the pages. Oh, wait, was this the thing?
すでに扉は開かれた。猛者たちの舞踏会に参加せよ。
Okay, well, I was sure.
こんなところに。
Oh, the Blue Knight!
なるほど。確かにこの場所は共和国の領内扱いになる。
I get it now. The Blue Knight was this book.
まさに異国の館というわけか。
そして
I just caught into a
青
story.
き騎士というのは小説の登場人物だったみたいですね。
I got caught up into a story and finished a side quest. Or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe there's more.
ずいぶん手の込んだことをしてくれるじゃないの。でもこれで最後みたいね。
猛者たちの舞踏会か。さて、どこの場所のことだろうね。
Dance of the Valorous. Let me write that down. Because I'm going to keep reading this. On the outskirts of the capital in Duke Gaston's manor, Princess Tia sat in a lush room, carpeted in deep crimson. "It's perfect for you, Princess." With a satisfied expression, Duke Gaston glared at his bound prisoner. "What do you intend to do about the crowning ceremony today?" Princess Tia asked in a quiet voice. The Duke shrunk a bit under her icy gaze. "I'm afraid you will be absent, and so the throne and its staff will be offered to me, the second in line." "Do you believe the people will accept you?" Change the subject. "Tia, I have found someone willing to accept you as a bride." Seeing the sky-colored eyes waver for a moment, the Duke smiled with renewed confidence. He is the second imperial son and quite the connection. The Duke's smile widened. "While you learn the joys of womanhood in a new land... While you learn the joys of womanhood in a new land, you can leave the rest to me?" It was a cowardly plan, certainly. It wasn't a scenario that would be accepted for the Duke to take the throne in place of their first heir. However, it was different if the princess were to marry. If that were to pass, anyone could see that Duke Gaston's ascent to the throne was all but done. A done deal. My lord, it is about time. At his second-in-command's comment, the Duke stood. "I'm sure you are quite tired from the daily attacks. Take the chance to rest and recover." The Duke gave a chuckle at his own shamelessness and left the room. At that moment, that won't be happening, there was a tremendous crash, and a glass window exploded into glittering powder. I already read this, right? Okay. How many chapters are there? Oh my god! Like a graceful leopard, a tall knight clad in blue armor leapt through the window. Following behind him was a small boy wearing a cap. Princess Tia, I'm sorry. I know I'm a bit late, he said. Sir Pedro, so you did come after all. With a tremendous smile floated onto the princess. Somewhat embarrassed, the boy returned the smile. Their eyes locked and words unsaid passed between them. Hey, there is a time and place for things, the Duke, having been completely ignored, was sputtering in anger. As the Duke seethed, his second-in-command was stealthily sticking up on the still-bound princess. He reached out his hand for the princess's shoulder. The Blue Knight leapt forward like a bolt from a crossbow. Blarg! The pitiable second-in-command, having taken a direct punch from the Blue Knight, collapsed. Against the wall, unconscious. That's a bit much. Duke Gaston, now white as a sheet, fled the room in a stumbling lurch. Princess Tia, let us hurry. Your crowning ceremony begins soon, Sir Pedro said. Yes, escaping the mansion. Mans? I wanted to say mansion, but it's Mans. The two were pursued by the Duke and his guard. However, as to obstruct their path, a scarlet shadow fell down, shaking the ground. Sorry, but I'm gonna have to get in your way. I'm afraid thoroughness is the #1 part of being a puppeteer after all. Hehehe. The way he spoke made it hard to believe it was just a job. It was the masked puppeteer Harlequin and the Crimson Demon doll Calamity. The duel between red and blue. Oh, it's red versus blue. While blade met deadly claw, blue and red twisted about in blinding fashion. The cover... Sorry. I need to cough. Now that that's over. The cover to the fight had been cleared off. Oh, you're moving better, Harlequin exclaimed. Surprisingly, the Blue Knight's movements were just a little bit faster than that of the Crimson Devil puppet, Calamity. I broke it all to pieces too, but to fix it back up in just one day, looks like the old man found himself a good apprentice. You know my master? Harlequin twirled his fingers and Calamity fluttered its wings and slowly lifted to the sky. We have a bit of a history, yes, he giggled. But forget about that. What will you do about this? As he howled these words. The red puppet swooped down. Pedro pulled his strings back, and the Blue Knight narrowly avoided the grasping claws. Or this. Smooth as flowing water, Calamity sent out its log-like tail to swipe at the knight. Pedro's threads flowed down and to the right, dropping its center of gravity. The Blue Knight shifted its sword to a slant and redirected the force of the tail upwards. Or this. Calamity swung its horned head around and charged straight for the Blue Knight's torso. Pedro snapped his threads upwards to his left this time. The Blue Knight, who had let itself fall slightly back, now slashed its sword down in a blur of light. The small, pleasant cracking sound, the crimson wing on the right side of the puppet. Hewn straight off? Was hewn straight off. Huh, I guess it wasn't bisected. We're at 19 now, right? Yeah, okay. Slightly panicked, the master puppeteer reached back on the strings and put space between himself and the Blue Knight. How about we call it a draw here? Yeah, this is just like oh, I got no arms left. Right, we'll call it a draw. Anyways. How about we call it a draw here? Knowing it was hopeless, Pedro still offered. Oh, it's Pedro who offered it. As he expected, a happy voice called back. Now, don't make bad jokes like that. It's been too long since I've had this much fun, after all. Seemingly drunk on warped joy, Harlequin twisted his hands about in a complex motion. It looked almost as if he were drawing magic circles in the air. I didn't think I'd end up using this, he giggled. Calamity crossed both arms across its body, as if holding itself. Slowly, a burning scent filled the air. A cold chill ran down Pedro's spine. He set to moving the Blue Knight, but realized the princess was behind it. You can regret this in your next life, Harlequin screamed. Crimson Demon took an imposing stance. Its massive jaw creaked and there was a rushing of air, and then a ball of brilliant flame spewed forth. The area was engulfed in a violent pillar of swirling fire. The Blue Knight, Pedro, and the princess were all swallowed by the inferno. So that's it, eh? It is. Guess it was kind of a pity to end it there, huh? Gazing at the roaring flames, Harlequin muttered regretfully. However, his eyes soon narrowed, puzzled. No scent of meat roasting or metal melting reached his nose. What? The crimson maelstrom began to swirl faster. And the center suddenly parted as if blown apart from the inside. From the middle rose a blue twister. From within the flame, the Blue Knight arose. Across its shoulders, Pedro and Princess Tia could be seen clinging. Hail and hearty. Sure. What had blown away the raging flames was its tremendous two-handed sword. Spinning the enormous blade like a whirlwind, a butterfly made of flames danced above the Blue Knight's head. It was a fantastical scene. You think that'll work? Harlequin began gesturing again. It seemed intended to launch another fireball. I won't let you, Pedro cried. Splitting through the wall of flames, the Blue Knight forced its way forward. In the next moment, Calamity's horned head was cleaved perfectly in two. Absolutely wonderful. The fireball, moments from its release, puffed up within the crimson puppet and caused a small explosion. Flung by the shockwave, the Blue Knight was tossed into the air. Pedro braced both legs and managed to catch it. Sir Pedro, are you alright? I'm fine, but I don't think there's any saving him. Though Harlequin may have been a foe, his was still a life that had been taken. Pedro felt the guilt of such deeds strike him. Princess Tia, seeing Pedro so troubled, enveloped him in her arms. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't kill me off so easily, he said, a whispering voice from inside the pillar of flames. The voice seemed somehow satisfied. I applaud your efforts, young man. I'll back down nicely this time, looking forward to when we next meet. The ground shook, and a red and black shadow launched skyward and disappeared from sight. Pedro and the princess looked at one another and burst into a relieved laughter. Oh, you get to read the finale too? Okay. The boy, the girl, and one puppet left for the capital on light feet, while the masked puppeteer fled into the deep forest riding his scorched creation. Stopping suddenly, the masked puppeteer spoke to the shadow in the trees. You're there, aren't you, old man? Noticed me, did you? Pedro's master, Capri, stepped out from the cover of trees. As always, the Black Priest was with him, but it was a curious sight, for the puppet had no arms. As I thought, you fixed the blue puppet's arms with the parts from the Black Priest. No wonder it moved so well. Well, the gap between you and Pedro was a bit too much, after all. I took it upon myself to give him a helping hand. Literally. Harlequin's shoulders sunk in response to the words of the old puppet master. Well, I don't mind, since I've had fun, but... And if... Oh, 1 second. I had to press that down. Hang on. If and when the 13 factories find out about this, I don't think Pedro will have it too easy either, do you? The 13 factories, the moment he heard those disturbing words. Capri's expression darkened. Haha, well, then see you soon. Leaving behind a suppressed laugh, the masked puppeteer disappeared into the deep forest. It is a road all puppeteers must pass, the old puppet master muttered in a quiet voice, almost as if he was telling it to himself. Huh. Oh, that got me an achievement. Read the entire Blue Knight Doll series. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna finish reading it now. Afternoon in the palace began with a tea party in the gardens. The princess, as always, filled 3 cups of black tea from the pot. Please enjoy your tea. Thank you very much, Pedro, he said. Behind the boy sipping tea stood a knight armored in blue. However, he had not a word to say. What happened to the Duke in the end? On the night of the crowning ceremony, Duke Gaston had disappeared with his vassals. After all, his plan had been foiled, and the queen successfully crowned before countless countrymen. The royal guard, whose allegiance had been questionable before the coronation, fell to their knees in contrition and swore their loyalty to their new queen. The Duke, before he could be held for the crime of abducting the princess, understandably chose to flee the country. My uncle hasn't chosen to entrust himself to the Empire. Apparently he sought protection from the Imperial Prince. He had arranged as a husband for me. The queen smiled slightly. However, it seems as if they'd consider him something of a pest. It seems as if they consider him something of a pest. Okay. I feel a bit sorry for him. Pedro was amazed. You do not deserve your sympathy. In truth, Pedro did not think Duke Gaston would back down so easily. And what of the machinations of that foul-masked puppeteer, Harlequin? Capri, Pedro's teacher, seemed to know the jester, but simply dodged any questions about him with frustrating vagueness. Regardless, Pedro knew another battle would come, and soon. He would have to upgrade the Blue Knight. He had hoped to emerge victorious. Oh, Pedro, a slightly irritated yet comforting voice. Snapped Pedro from his reverie. Do you wish for your tea to grow cold? The clear blue eyes, which met his own, carried their own message. It will be all right. Pedro, a little embarrassed, took his tea and drank deeply. It was enough to simply have this moment with her. Okay. My, is that the hulk of a man over there, Zin? I don't even need to see your face to know. Hey, are you seriously going to judge me based on my body size? I thought you were a bear when we first met. My. Jeez. Well, that was like 10 minutes of my life that I'll never get back. I was expecting a more satisfying ending, but I guess I'm not getting it. Oh, Zin, come to Liberal again? Hey, Yakumo. It seems I'll be here for a while again. You seem pretty busy yourself. Of course we are. After all, we got a pact signing approaching. Sorry, but I won't have time to bother with you for a while. Anything in here? No. No rooms?
ここが大使の部屋だ。早速話を聞いてみるか。
Let's come back later, actually. Let's solve the other thing. Because I just don't want to be locked out of anything. Okay. Huh. I already guessed it. The next thing is the arena. Just because of the wording on that. Where's the arena again? It's this way, right? What? I was expecting to like check something, not for it to open.
ここの入り口は武術大会などの催しがない時には常に施錠されているはずです。だとしたら
どうやらここが最終的な目的地のようだね。
よし、早速中に入るとするか。
Now I'm worried. Anything going on here? It's been a while since I've been here. Locked. This isn't locked. I get the feeling that if I go in there, it's going to be like a combat thing. Okay. Just your standard stadium. Still locked? This is locked too. Okay. I get the feeling there's an actual fight this time. With me going to an arena and all.
グランアリーナか。なんだか懐かしいな。
ああ、そんなに時間が経っていないのに不思議なもんだ。
こうして立っているとあの時の歓声が聞こえてくるようだね。
確かエステルさんたちは武術大会を勝ち抜いてお城に招待されたんですよね。
Most of the same party too, actually. So just replace Joshua with Chloe.
私も観戦したかったです。
今にして思えば私なんてまだまだ未熟だったけど、でも今回の騒動が片付いたら来年の武術大会にも出場してみたいな。自分の力を確かめてみるためにも。
それでこそ旦那の娘だ。そうだな。その時は俺も参戦させてもらうか。
さすがにジンさんが相手じゃ勝ち目がない気がするんですけど。
それでは僕はエステル君を応援する歌を観客席で歌わせてもらおうかな。愛を込めて力の限りね。
Another thing about it, them allowing a dude with a gun to enter a martial arts tournament was kind of messed up.
気持ちは嬉しいけど。
Oh, cool. What the fuck are those?
魔獣？
どうやら古代の闘技場と同じ趣向のつもりらしいな。
舞台としては悪くない。観客が不在なのがいささか物足りないがね。
来ます。
Great! Okay, what am I dealing with? Oh, cool. Yeah, I had a feeling there was more than one enemy here. Master Cryon is preparing something. Okay, what are we dealing with? Cryon Bit. A rare young monster has the odd habit of freezing its prey before eating them. A rare young monster. A monster rarely sighted in the elevated regions. Its inhabitants. It inhabits. Uses water-based arts. Weak to fire. Okay, I can't let you cast that. Whatever you're casting? No. We'll do... Let's taunt first of all. Maybe this will work. On the little ones.
ほら、こっちだぜ。どうした？来ないのか？
It worked on the little ones, that's good. Maybe I'll use you to do the thing. Craft. Sniper shot.
これは避けられまい。
Yeah. Let's use morale on everybody.
みんなよ。
And since you're weak to fire, let's hit you with fire. Oh, that's not good. Let's heal. Oh, yep, that should work. Maybe not. We'll see. It's worth a shot. Yeah, actually, since they'll be focused on him, they'll head towards it. Oh, this is a chain. This is a perfect chain moment. Let's do it. You and you.
Oh, いつでも。鳥はいただき。
Oh yeah, oh, that went really well. You're preparing to use arts, huh? Okay, well that's not gonna go for you. Yeah, you're just dead. Okay, easy peasy.
ちょろいちょろい。
The amount of experience for those two as well. Whoa. Free treasure chest.
なんなのよ。手品みたいでしたね。
なかなか芸が細かいじゃないか。さすが僕のライバルとして立候補するだけはあるね。
予想していた以上にふざけた性格のようだな。まあいい。とっとと中身を調べてみるとしようぜ。
うん、そうね。
I'm guessing it's the painting, or the photo. Received portrait of RCL. There was a card stuck to the bottom of the box.
我が姫、我が好敵手、そして勇敢なる遊撃士諸君よ。趣向を凝らした我がもてなし、楽しんでもらえたかな。主役の機嫌を損ねたくないので、そろそろ脇役は退場させてもらおう。次なる開口を楽しみにしておきたまえ。
たく、何が次なる開口よ。いい加減にしてほしいんですけど。
でもなんだか気になることが書かれていますね。主役とか脇役って一体何のことなんでしょう。
言われてみれば、まあとりあえずこの写真を資料館に返しに行きましょ
Now
う。
that you mention it, fuck it, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Oh, I don't get to read that chest? Okay.
いや、本当に助かったよ。しかし、その怪盗とやらはどうしてアルセイユの写真なんかを盗んだりしたんだろうね。
Mess with us?
立派ではあるが、写真である以上大した価値にはならんだろうに。
まあどちらかっていうと私たちへの嫌がらせみたいなものだから、そういう意味ではごめんなさい。巻き込んじゃったのかもしれないわ。
謝る必要はないさ。君とにかく
Oops.
本当にご苦労だったね。
Okay, cool. This has been a good experience from a management perspective. I will need to be careful to ensure it never happens again. Sure. Let's see, can I talk to Anton? I was told by a dude who plays a lot of games on the PlayStation that I should keep talking to Anton. You sure seem to be yawning an awful lot while I'm trying to pour my heart out to you. Your friends suffer with me. Okay, so same stuff. Can I go back in? Nope. Okay. Fair enough. I didn't want to be in there anyways. Let's go report this, and then I'll continue. The question is, should I go... Where should I go first? Okay, well that's everything so far. Let's see. So... Where should I go first? Maybe I'll just go to the Calvard one. Create more saves. That's what I'm gonna do. I've been in here before, right? Is this where I read the Dull Knight? Yeah. You guys got any more books you wanna...
ここが大使の部屋だ。早速話を聞いてみるか。
Let's give it a shot.
それじゃお前さんたちを紹介しよう。
Oh, her.
どうぞ。
失礼しますぜ。
I remember her.
あら、ジンさんじゃない。先日帰国したばかりなのに、またリベールに来たのかしら？
いや、ギルドの仕事でやり残したことがありましてね。またしばらくの間はリベールに滞在しようと思ってます。
さすが永久遊撃士。何かと忙しいというわけね。ところで、そちらの方々は？
はじめまして。遊撃士協会に所属するエステル・ブライトと言います。こちらの2人は協力者のクローゼとオリビエです。
よろしく、大使殿。
お初にお目にかかります。
よろしく。カルバード共和国大使のエルザ・コクランよ。どうやら面倒な話があって訪ねてきたみたいね。
ええ、実は。
Still in her party asked about the threatening letter the embassy
あの
received.
脅迫状の件か。それじゃああなたたちは王国軍の依頼で動いているの？
一応そういうことになります。
I don't know if it's a technicality, you definitely are.
ただ遊撃士協会としても見過ごせる話じゃありません。それを踏まえて協力していただけませんか？
まあいいでしょう。我々にも関係あることだしね。それで何を聞きたいの？
まずは脅迫者に心当たりがないでしょうか？共和国に条約締結に関する反対勢力が存在するかとか。
それはもちろんいるわよ。例えば私なんてそうだしね。
Huh.
ちょいと大使さん、あんまり若いもんをからかわないでくれませんかね。
あら、事実は事実だもの。 私のエレボニア嫌いはあなたも知っているでしょ。
そりゃあまあ。
勘違いしないで。すでに大統領が決定して議会も承認した案件だからね。個人的な感情は抜きにして話は進めさせてもらっているわ。
そうですか。それじゃあ他の反対している人たちはい
るにはいるけど少数派ね。それらの勢力も本気で反対しているわけじゃないし。
本気で反対していない？
そもそも不戦条約って実効性のある条約ではないの。国家間の対立を戦争によらず話し合いで平和的に解決しましょうって歌っているだけなのよ。そういう意味では条約というより共同宣言ね。
その気になればいつでも破れる口約束に過ぎないということだね。
そういうこと。まあ確かにここ十数年カルバードとエレボニアの関係は冷え切っていたから、今回のような機会を通じて話し合いの場が設けられるのは意義のあることだとは思うけどね。
確かに脅迫状を出してまで阻止するほどの話じゃないか。
Says you.
エルザ大使、カルバードの関係者が脅迫犯ではないとするなら誰が怪しいと思われますか？
そうね。個人的な先入観で言えばエレボニアの主戦派あたりが限りなく怪しいと思うけど、新型エンジンの件もあるしその可能性も低そうなのよね。
新型エンジンってもしかしてアルセイユ用の？
そう、それのサンプルがカルバードとエレボニアの双方に贈呈されることになっているの。不戦条約の調印式の場でね。
さすがはアリシア女王、まんまと帝国と共和国を手玉に取ったということだね。
悔しいけど大したお方だわ。新型エンジンは次世代の飛行船舶の要とも言える存在よ。それがサンプルとはいえ手に入るチャンスなんですもの。いくら帝国の主戦派にしたって水は差したくないでしょうね。
なるほど。
ということは帝国共和国ともに不戦条約を妨害する可能性はかなり低いということですかね。
そうなるわね。お役に立てなくて申し訳なかったかしら。
そんなことないです。容疑者が減っただけでも状況が分かりやすくなったし。それとは別にお尋ねしたいことがあるんですけど。
Okay, still asked Ambassador Cochrane about Renee's parents.
クロスベルの貿易商ハロルド・ヘイワーズ？心当たりはないわね。少なくとも大使館を訪れてはいないと思うわ。
そうですか。
クロスベルといえば帝国と共和国の中間にある場所よ。帝国大使館にも問い合わせてみた方がいいかもしれないわね。
はい、わかりました。いろいろと教えてもらってどうもありがとうございました。
あら、どういたしまして。ところであなたエステル・ブライトと言ったわね。もしかしてカシウス准将の娘さん？
知ってるんですか？
当たり前よ。かつて帝国軍を破った英雄にして王国軍の新たな指導者ですもの。娘さんがいるとは聞いていたけど、こんな形でお目にかかれるとはね。
私はただの新米遊撃士なんですけど。
わかってるわ。うちの大使館もギルドにはいろいろとお世話になっているの。今後うちの依頼があったら請け負ってくれると嬉しいわ。
機会があったらぜひ。それじゃあ失礼しました。
Okay, so that wasn't anything.
うちの大使館もギルドには日頃からお世話になっているわ。今後うちの依頼があったら請け負ってくれると嬉しいわ。うちの今後。
Yeah, okay. I get it. So can I just come in here now? Looks like I can. I'm not sure why it was like, oh, the point of no return. Okay, Erebonian Embassy now.
おや、オリビエさん。
お役目ご苦労だね。中に入りたいんだが通してもらえるかな？
構いませんが、
そちらの方々は？
遊撃士協会の人間よ。こちらの大使さんにちょっと話が聞きたくてね。それでこのお調子者に紹介してもらおうと思ったの。
なるほど、そうでしたか。身分も確かのようですし、お通ししても良さそうですね。どうぞお通りください。大使館の敷地内は治外法権となっていますので、くれぐれもお気をつけて。
うん、わかったわ。
Okay, so this has got a whole bunch of red carpet. Or are those tiles? They're probably tiles.
ほう、こりゃまた立派な建物だな。
うわー、カルバード大使館に劣らず豪華な雰囲気の内装ね。
壮麗にして力強い雰囲気。帝国風の調度で内装が統一されているみたいですね。
帝国の意向をアピールする舞台だからね。残念ながら役者の方がやや見劣りしているようだが。
何を不穏なことを抜かしているか。
Oh, I know this dude. I forget his name, but I know him.
うわー、親愛なる友よ。久しぶりだね。元気にしていたかい？
Euler.
貴様というやつはあれほど常に所在を連絡しろと言いつけていたにもかかわらず
これも恋の駆け引きさ。離れているからこそ募る思いもあるものだからね。
エステル君、感謝する。どうやらこのお調子者が迷惑をかけてしまったようだな。
ま、それほどでもなかったわ。比較的おとなしくしていたしね。
まあそこの変人は放置しておくとして、どうやら帝国大使館に用があってきたみたいだな。
あ、うん。実はここの大使さんに話を聞きに来たんだけど。
Estelle explained her desire to meet with the ambassador concerning the
あの
letter.
脅迫状か。自分も気にはなっていたが、ギルドが動くとは思わなかった。王国軍の依頼ということかな。
一応そうだけど、できるだけ中立の立場で調べさせてもらうつもりよ。
いい心がけだ。それでは自分の方からダビル大使に紹介しよう。そのお調子者よりは信用してもらえるはずだ。
いいの？
いやー、助かるぜ。
ありがとうございます。
そんなに僕って信用ない？
あるとでも思ってたの？
ま、お前さんの紹介だと余計な誤
Oh
解を
boy,
招きそ
they're
うだ
just
し
making
な。
fun of this guy.
ごめんなさい、オリビエさん。
しくしく。賢明な判断だ。ダビル大使は2階の執務室にいる。確認を取ってくるからしばらく待っていてくれ。
オッケー。
Go quicker. Go. Thank you. Okay. Now time to ransack the place. Anything cool in here? No? Nothing I could steal? Okay. Oh hey, it's been a while, Olivier. Are these your guests? Indeed, one could call them guests, but I am more inclined to think of them as my soulmates. Our days spent together have been so tender, so sweet. I feel to merely call this force love does a disservice to our bond. Is that not so, Estelle? Wait, does that mean you've dumped Mueller? My head hurts. I think I'm starting to understand Mueller's suffering. I wonder who Olivier is really targeting. What do you think? Is Mueller still his one and only, or has he moved on to greener pastures? Why, you need only ask. No thanks. Okay, okay, sure. All the books in this room were published and liberal. Learn about someone's nation, start with their culture. You're free to read them, but please put them back when you've... Okay, how many books are here that I could read? Okay, none? No books? Oh god. Cornelia series? Do I read the Cornelia series? Imperial Chronicle. I stood there upright in front of the revolving door, scuffing the heels of my boots against the ground, pulling slightly on the collar of my trench coat. I dropped my chin and gazed at my partial reflection in the curved glass. Aside from my short-cropped hair, I wore a modest-looking double-breasted leather raincoat on a pair of Special Order steel reinforced boots, both which at first glance appear to be the most common of common apparel. There's 10 pages to this, Jesus fucking Christ. Yet they were in fact much more than the naked eye could detect, my ordinary average appearance. It was of just as much importance today as it had been on any other day in times past. Not far off, the sound of footfalls echoed rhythmically like the steady beat of a pendulum swinging back and forth, as the songs of those coming and going moved quickly along the cobblestone avenue, enveloped in tingled silver by the morning mist. At times, the calling voice of a street peddler disrupted the steady flow, but as soon as the hawking cry faded away, it would resume its course. Each morning I found myself setting foot in the Imperial City. I also found my surroundings to be unchanged and stained by the same somber tone of gray. Snatching up a magazine from the underarm of a street vendor, I tossed a few mirror to the left hand, poised expectantly behind his back. Imperial Chronicle, the magazine I read so often that even the ink bleeds were familiar. Roughly flipping open its cover, I scanned the headlines along the top of its monochrome pages. Then suddenly my breath caught my throat. At the very bottom of my local news page, I found those letters, that sequence of characters which I had not heard nor seen since the time of that life-changing incident. My eyes instantly gravitated to the spot. For a time, remained fixated. Ein Selnate. Selnat? Ein Selnat? Huh. The very meaning of those letters became lost to my senses as I stood motionless, my gaze fixed on the same line of text until all seemed coalesce into a single blotch of ink. After a few seconds of blank comprehension, my vision settled and I retched my eyes to the beginning of the article. As I began to read, my memories verged on a single point in my past, then slowly started to run in reverse, heading for that fateful event 3 years prior when this name was first introduced to me. It was on an afternoon all those years ago, on a day not unlike this one, where the capital was overshadowed by its typical gloomy aura. I was a little younger than now, a 22-year-old boy who stood silently in front of the boutique door as usual, double-checking his appearance before lightly treading over to Micht's Imperial factory. It was on this day that it had been arranged for me to receive my new job from Micht. The shop owner himself, though he was as drab a middle-aged man, I, being the ornament enthusiast I was, had found myself as one of his few regular customers. I headed down a dank alleyway, and after passing through a partially rotted wood gate, I could see the soft glow of the flickering orbal light just outside of the entrance of the factory, whose structure was halfway below the street level. I first began receiving jobs from Micht about the time when dissension began to occur in society over the 100 Days' War. It was during this period that relations between Liberal Kingdom and the Empire were at their worst, and the importation of ornaments had become almost non-existent. Conspiring with underground elements and planning a smuggling operation, Micht made me out to be his accomplice in crime. For the job which I received by his hand was none other than that of the courier. Being nothing more than a commoner in my teens at the time, I met him and a juvie devoid of any connections in life besides, I naturally jumped at the opportunity without a moment's hesitation. Yet even after relations with Liberal had returned to some degree of normalcy, I realized I was in no mood to give up my specialty, which focused mainly on the delivery of stolen goods. The reason being, there was no job out there which could bring in the kind of mirror this one did. With an unrefined and inconspicuous appearance, I had countless times before hidden items of various sorts in my hat and trousers, and made my way hither and thither between the borders of these neighboring nations. And though, to my delight, my wallet had become increasingly laden with a bounty of monetary rewards, I had routinely changed my alias as a precautionary measure, so much, in fact, that these false names had built up into quite a list over the past few years. I had been known as Phil in the frivolous Rooney, the trickster, and even Chris, the coward. However, Micht had always called me by one name, Toby. This was the identity I had used for my initial job, and the one I liked above all others. Okay, 9 pages. Hello there, Toby. You've come at just the right time. Greeting me with these words, Micht shuffled slightly in his seat behind the counter. The baked confection he had been eating was ever so carefully placed atop his lap to prevent it from falling onto the floor. He smacked both of his powdered sugar-covered hands together with a clap, and a cloud of white particles puffed into the air. The smell of sweet spices and baked apple pervaded dimly lit shop. We had an item dropped off no more than a few minutes ago, he continued. Turning in his seat, Mick reached back and snatched up something wrapped in an old magazine paper from the off shelf, tossing it to me. Knowing full well I wouldn't get any sort of answer, I asked anyways, what do we have this time? Laying out my railway and airship tickets, Mick ignored my question and said, make sure this gets to the same place as always. In his slow drawl he added, it would be in your best interest to keep your involvement to a minimum by leaving the business side of things to me and focusing slowly on getting the job done, Toby. He leaned back in his chair and let out a deep sigh, the balls of his fingers kneading the bags under his eyes. Then, once again, his large hand extended down towards the unattended cake, resting on his leg. Before the sweet treat could reach his watering mouth, I had already made my way out the door of his tiny shop. As I walked, the waste paper bundled package bounced around inside the folds of my bag. By the feel of its shape and weight, as it beat steadily against my side, I concluded that the object in my possession was probably just more swag. More swag, you say? It didn't make me nervous not to know what it was that I was carrying, for I had done this type of job many times before, and no matter what kind of trouble I found myself wrapped up in, I'd always somehow managed to come out unscathed. In truth, my experience on the job had made me tough, and I had become well versed in the art of orbal magic. So was that when I laid eyes on that rough-looking trio at the station, I felt no more knots of uneasiness in the pit of my stomach than was necessary for somewhat of my abilities. The platform... oh, jeez. The platform for the train for Liberal was a bustle with passengers awaiting its eventual arrival. Seeing that the benches were so crammed full of people that they could have very well been a tin packed of sardines, I resigned myself to standing near the entrance. As I patiently waited for the train to come in, twisting my body in order to move my bag over to my shoulder, I noticed the figures of two men, heads bent together and conversing in an audible tone. They stood just beyond the ticket gate, right about where the horse head of the Imperial Emblem lay embedded in the ground, in a grand mosaic of tiles. After a short interim, another man approached and joined in the conversation. From my own perspective, this was one ragtag group I most certainly couldn't have given a passing grade to based on looks, and three were extremely well built and sported the same haircut. To put it mildly, they stuck out in the crowd like a bunch of sore thumbs. Make sure to avoid eye contact with them as they glanced in my direction. Making sure. Oh, Jesus. Like a bit of water to stop the coughing. Making sure to avoid eye contact with them as they glanced in my direction, I slung my bag back onto my shoulder, and ever so calmly reached my hand into my pocket and ran the tips of my fingers across the surface of my ornament. A woman's voice reverberated within the walls of the station, notifying the passengers the train had arrived. A low rumble of an orbital engine could be felt in the distance, and after a few moments, a large vehicle was seen rolling up on the shoulder. I muttered to myself, all is well, but the sound of my voice was drowned out by the din of a massive machine. Brakes screeched, and a flash of black light reflected off the surface of the giant iron beast as it came sliding across the rails. The immense vibration in the air emanating from the moving locomotive at its epicenter let me know the orbital engine had been put into full reverse in order to decelerate and bring the train to a grinding halt. While being shoved to and fro by the waves of impatient travelers flooding out of the waiting area, I was swept towards one door of a passenger car. As we passed by the conductor, I caught another glimpse of the ticket gate. The men who were once there were now gone, and the only thing that remained was the profile of the horse made of glossy tiles, staring back at me in a shade of deep crimson. 12 pages! Holy crap! The train barreled on, almost flying through the thick veil of fog. Droplets of water splattered against the window's glass, extending out like transparent veins, and continued to wriggle back and forth under the pressure of the swiftly passing wind. Placing the temple of my head against the glass, I stared blankly down at the tickets in my hand, and rubbed two of them together between my fingers. I would be traveling by train to the border city, far south of its imperial cousin, and then reach the Liberal Kingdom. To reach the Liberal Kingdom, I would have to transfer to an airship. Both of my tickets were first class, but not the highest-end seats available. The passenger car was nearly at full capacity, but for some particular reason, nobody had seated themselves in the space next to mine. As I mused about with the empty seat, it occurred to me that Mick may have purchased the spot ahead of time, leaving it vacant on purpose. There was no doubt in my mind that he was being paid handsomely to make sure this job was done and done well. Will you be traveling to the Liberal Kingdom, sir? Right around the time my trip on the rails had passed its halfway mark, I was met with this sudden question, and set up with a start. My eyes searched for the one who asked it. There, standing in the aisle, was a single woman with a radiant complexion, beaming down at me. She wore a coat with overlapping buckles secured highly above her breast. Buckles above her breast? Sure. And appeared to be in her mid-30s, gingerly bending her knees and pointing her finger at the empty seat beside me. She asked, "Do you mind?" With a tilt of her head, she indicated the rear of the passenger car where swirling smoke saturated the air, and softly muttered, "The smell from tobacco smoke is just dreadful." Wordlessly, I nodded and dragged my bag from its place on the floor, moving it over by the window to the opposite side of my feet. The woman expressed her thanks and delicately sat herself down in the seat next to mine. For being a perfect stranger, she talked on endlessly. I was appropriately reciprocated. My throat is killing me. This is bad. And I appropriately reciprocated the conversation by saying I was on my way to the Liberal Kingdom on a business as an ornament specialist. Her story was that she was on a mission of mercy from the church, and had an errand to fulfill in the border city. Just so you know, people sometimes refer to me as Sister, she went on. Of course, it's just a nickname. She recrossed her black-lettered boot-clad leg. And let out a sort of suppressed titter from the back of her throat as she made mention of this. Sister Carnelia was her nickname. Ah! The title of the story. We continued on in this fashion, subjecting ourselves to a variety of idle banter, and as the time drew on, the sun overhead began to dip in its arc, crossing the celestial meridian and descending into the west. Each time the moving train cleared a grove of trees, the entire vehicle, passenger, car, and all, was bathed in a warm apricot hue, flooding into the cabins, creating a majestic spectacle. I gaped at the coruscating? I don't think I've read that word in a long time. Coruscating effect? And in doing so, locked eyes with Sister Carnelia right at the moment. The brilliance of the sinking western light seeped into her rich brown irises, causing them to give off an exquisite rubescent sparkle. The glimpse made me wonder if the origin of her nickname was somehow related to the color of her eyes being linked to the luster of a polished cornelian stone. The train gradually began to decelerate, and Sister Cornelia returned to her original seat in order to collect her bags. As a matter of habit, I checked my bag, and Ornament found both the junk paper-covered package and the magical device fastened into my trousers, in her pocket by a series of chain stitches. Exactly where and how I'd left it. A woman's voice came over the intercom system announcing the train would be arriving on schedule, and that the rainy weather was to be expected at our destination. At the conclusion of the announcements, a number of disappointed sighs could be heard coming from along the rows of the seats. Raindrops pattered against the window as the looming silhouette of the overcast city came into view. The station's signal lamp emitted an angular light. It was scattered with refractive effect by the affecting droplets of water. Jeez. Okay, I need more water. Then came a spine-chilling metallic sound, followed by the jolt of orbital engine reversing thrust as the locomotive at the front of the train launched to a halt. Over the loudspeaker came another announcement, asking passengers to ensure they did not leave their baggage behind. And with that, several people stood up and crowded into the aisle, watching the station worker in uniform as he waved a small flag amidst the falling rain. I picked up my bag and rose to my feet. I crossed paths with Sister Cornelia as I attempted to step into the aisle, but when she tried to step aside and allow me room to pass, she suddenly tripped and fell forward, grabbing onto my shoulder for support. She picked herself up and with an embarrassed smile let me by. I gave her a short bow in line with the general etiquette practices, and headed for the exit. Ahead of her, following my lead, Sister Carnelia shuffled along closely behind me. So close, in fact, I felt as if she would step on my heels. Something about it just didn't feel right. Instinctively sliding my hand right into my pocket, I searched for my ornament, but the brass feeling I had grown accustomed to was nowhere to be felt. In an instant, I felt my arm being twisted behind my back by someone or something with incredible strength. The sleek sound of a braid being unsheathed, and then a warning prick. of the tip on my back indicated the seriousness of the situation. "I have what you're looking for, Toby," whispered Sister Cornelia in an almost inaudible tone, her lips barely moving, just behind my right ear. "Let's not try anything either, shall we? I hate to see this afternoon spoiled any more than it's going to be." And to show that she meant business, Sister Cornelia slightly altered the angle of her grip on my wrist, causing an explosion of agony that sent sparks flashing behind my eyes. Okay, so apparently Sister Cornelia's, crazy? I think this is where we're at. No, wait. We're on chapter 4. Sister Cornelia spoke to me in a tender tone as she sent a wave of immense pain rushing through the whole of my right hand. "I won't have any trouble with you now, will I, Toby?" she asked. Far from eyes just brimming with tears, I just nodded my head in consent as the salty streams of water ran down my face. Satisfied with my answer, she loosened her grip, and I felt the pain vanish as if I had been 12 pages again, as if had all been some sort of illusion. Oh, it's an illusion. With a wry smile, she further added, "Don't get me wrong, Toby. I've been sent here to protect you by the goddess herself." This is what she said while instructing me to keep my eyes focused on what lay beyond the window glass. Yet, there was something about the way she pronounced the last syllable of my name that really rubbed me the wrong way. Little by little, the line of passengers slowly began to flow out of the train car, prodded on by Sister Cornelia. I inched forward while keeping my gaze on the platform through the passenger car window. Down the stairs which led to the front gate ticket were the figures of those men from earlier this morning. The 3 thug-like passengers who had been loitering near the large horse head emblem aisle of the Imperial Station. You don't need to write all that. You could have been like the 3 people who have been loitering near the station. Now you're just being flowery. Get this man an editor. A muffled laugh echoed from her throat as she too noticed them. "Well, isn't it a warm reception party you've got going?" Cocking my head, I quickly pleaded, "Give me back my orbiment." Sister Cornelia said nothing. Members of the crew bid us farewell, and we stepped through the exit to disembark the train onto the lead-colored platform below. Angrily, I thought to myself, "Damn it, what's wrong with these fools? Can't they see what's going on?" I shut my eyes halfway to protect them from the drizzle wiping against my face, and I unhurriedly descended the wet set of stairs. A half pace at a time, Sister Cornelia moved along behind me at precisely the same length of stride. Below, the group of thugs waited expectantly at the bottom of the stairs, waited for me, no doubt. Contemplating the rate at which I was going, I ultimately believed it was only a matter of time before I would be handed over the enigmatic group. I caught sight of their soured faces as the distance between us grew smaller, and felt the heat of my left hand slightly gripping my bag grow in intensity until my palm began to sweat profusely. Hitting the midway point on the stairs, Sister Cornelia suddenly whispered in my ear, "Keep your eyes on the ground, Toby." I did as I was told and cast my gaze down upon the tips of my boots, stained in a darker shade by the rainwater. Then, right at the moment I let out my breath, I felt a deep sense of pressure just below my shoulder blades as I was forcefully shoved forward. Droplets flew from my saturated fingers, and my world turned upside down. Oh, Fresh Prince reference. As I tumbled down the stairs and slammed back first into the group of hoodlums, with a muffled crunch, I felt the painful sensation of my ribs crumple under the weight of my body, and then return to normal from their severely compressed state. 2 of the seemingly military men who were hit as I toppled down the stairs, like an avalanche unleashed on a pair of young saplings, absorbed the transfer of force and were thrown into a large puddle collecting on the ground nearby. Shrieks erupted from startled passengers nearby, more shrill than the high-pitched sound of the railway brakes from a decelerating locomotive. As my world spun wildly about me, I lay there, the chill of the towels seeping into my back. With concerted effort, I rolled my eyes to the left where my arm remained in an outstretched state. By some act of the goddess, I had managed to keep my tight 5-finger grip on the bag I had been carrying. In an effort to get up, I slid into a prostrate position? Sure. Keeping my chin in contact with the ground, Making a low visual sweep of the vicinity, as if my life depended on it, I noticed the military-like physiques of the men had vanished from view. The only figure I saw standing above me now, on the platform, was that of Sister Cornelia, and on her shoulder, as if she were merely hefting a sack of grain, was one of them. Turning in the direction where the train sat in a motionless state, she lobbed the unfortunate man down a set of empty rail tracks below. Onto the rails, huh? Jeez. By this time I had risen to one knee, while keeping the other planted firmly on the ground, in a half-standing position. The world in front of me was still swaying, undulating in my wavering eyesight. My head slowly rocked back and forth with it as the double vision of Sister Cornelia's boots approached me. Then, with a strong grip, she tugged on my hand. For some strange reason or other, when she did this, I failed to notice the unpleasant feeling that her hand wrapped tightly around mine brought. "Let's go, Toby," she instructed in an authoritative voice. Nearly dragging me, she pulled me to my feet, and before long we were hightailing it out of there. The onlookers made quite a commotion as they moved hastily out of the way, in a determined attempt not to be caught in the middle of our flight path. The bag in my left hand swung helplessly, knocking against my thigh. After clearing the ticket gate, Sister Cornelia finally let go of my hand, but a sickening, slippery sensation came with it. Looking over at her, I realized that the stomach-churning, slimy feeling on my head had come from the bright red blood which stained both of hers. Okay. I peered back over my shoulder in the direction of the platform as I continued to run, but the figures of those men who had been waiting for me at the station were nowhere to be found. Chapter 5. So much. Did I read this? Chapter 5. I love Chapter 5. It's another 12 pages. Another 12 pages. Why? Why is there another 12 pages? I sat staring at a particularly melted lump of butter on a stack of cold pancakes. Picking up a fork, I poked at them. And after turning the top one over, I daubed the milky yellow substance between the rubbery layers. In doing so, my interest in what sat atop my plate faded to nil. A hanging lamp dangled overhead, making a sporadic buzzing sound as its honey-colored light flickered, creating jittery shadows and distorting my vision within the inn. The pouring rain outside didn't appear as if it would let up anytime soon either. Bringing my face closer to the window, I peered through the film of water flowing down the outside of the glass as I tried to make out the dimly lit avenue. Although the station's house sat right at the end of the road from where we were lodged, all that was visible was the side of the structure obscured by a shadow which prevented me from being able to see the platform. "There's nothing to worry about," said Sister Cornelia as she returned, wiping her hands with a handkerchief, as white as newly driven snow. Stretching the square strip of cloth out, she sat down and placed it neatly on her lap, like a napkin. Then, in a reassuring tone, she added, "We've seen the last of them for a while." Watching the tips of her fingers move as she smoothed out the wrinkles in the piece of fabric resting on her legs, I was hit with a sudden flashback, reviving the awful sight and coppery scent of the sticky blood which had covered those hands not mere a few hours before. "How can you be so certain?" I asked, still having more than a few reservations. "Because that's how these types of crime syndicates work," she replied, clearly seeming to know all the answers. The waiter came and set a plate in front of Sister Cornelia with a soft clink as the base of the glassy tip tapped lightly against the hard surface of the table. After scooting the meat-laden porcelain plate closer to her, she licked off the sauce now covering the tips of her fingers in an almost sensual way. Sickened by the bloody image already in my mind, and now the sauce, I tossed my fork aside and leaned heavily back into my chair. The city outside began to fade into shades of gray, and by the time Sister Cornelia was finished tucking away her steak. Can you tell I'm getting tired? It had completely sunk into the darkness of night. I'd questioned her again. "How can you be so certain that no one will come after us?" Using a piece of black-crusted bread to wipe up the last drops of sauce, she answered, "Because that's how they function. One unit consists of 3 people. Then, as if remembering something else important, she added, "That group was after you. They're a Jaeger Corps." Oh, this has to do with the Jaeger Corps. Upon hearing this, I recalled seeing some of those men at the landing port some time ago. Only the most renowned and skilled mercenary groups have the honor of calling themselves Jaeger Corps. Or at least, that's what Micht had told me about them. They were soldiers of fortune who were said to relentlessly follow the flow of Mira wherever that happened to lead. And they would stop at nothing to get it, even if it meant spilling blood. Warhawks, mercenaries without borders, and a group never to get involved with, is what Micht often had a habit of saying about them. Instinctively, I slid my foot forward and checked the location of my bag with the tip of it. It's quite simple, really, Sister Cornelia explained as she reached for her dessert. You, Toby, are carrying something that's apparently got a lot of people on edge, and someone's hired a Jaeger Corps to take you out. But it's not me they're after, it's what I'm carrying. It's all the same, she retorted as she gulped down her cup of tea in a single breath. They're going to kill the courier before they even think about searching the contents of his bag. A butcher kills a cow before someone grills the steak, not the other way around. Lecturing me all the while, Sister Cornelia took a glossy, tallow-handed knife in hand and sliced into her apple pie. How much food does this lady have? Powdered sugar sprinkled on a flaky crust danced under the golden light. I felt a stabbing pain of guilt race through me, just above my gut. Unexpectedly, I began to think about what Micht could be doing at the moment. But my short period of rumination was cut short when I saw Sister Cornelia's hand stop cold. Glaring into the darkness, eyes focused like an intent hunting dogs. She tossed something shining onto the table and eventually rose to her feet. There it was, my orbment. Where are you going? Without pausing to answer my question, Sister Cornelia expectitiously fastened the buckle of her coat. You've got good taste, Toby. At one time, she set her heels on the chair and tightened her bootlaces. Using the full capabilities of that orbment is no small feat. I think even most bracers would be in for a real surprise if push came to shove with you in the ring. Growing ever more impatient, I asked again, so where is it exactly you're going? That's none of your concern, came the answer. Suffice it to say, I will be seeing you again on the morrow. And with that, Sister Cornelia disappeared. Sister Cornelia disappeared through the door. The women's restroom. You could have just said left. Whatever. As if exchanging places, two other men entered the restaurant. They walked directly to the table at which I sat and stood before me. Flashing the emblem on his chest without making any sort of eye contact, one of the men said, "We're with the Bracer Guild. I apologize for disturbing you in the middle of your evening meal, but you'll need to come with us." Chapter 6. 13 pages! More just gets longer. My ornaments, emptied bag, and package wrapped in old paper were laid out neatly on the table in front of me. The bracer sitting opposite me glazed alternatively at my face, and the items on the table as if trying to gauge my reaction to them. Constantly rubbing his chin between his fingers, it appeared to me as though they were making an effort to display his right hand, snugly fit within a leather gauntlet. I'd been led to the second floor of the lodge by the two men, and then, after they had painstakingly checked the layout of the floor, I was taken to the farthest room of the stairs. It occurred to me that the reason for the use of the makeshift space was due to there being no guild branch nearby. The first man to sit in front of me was the lanky one. He told me his name, but I soon forgot which one was Clayton and which one was Pavel. Are these real people? Is Pavel a real person? About the time I had finished being frisked, the bracer wearing the gauntlets, Clayton or Pavel or whoever it was, returned and whispered something in his partner's ear. It seemed as though they were trying to locate Sister Cornelia, but having no luck. After probing on the subject of her and the Jaeger Corps, and after relating everything I had heard from her on the train, I turned the conversation around, and playing the role of the victim, inquired into her past history. Though strictly speaking, I guess, I was in fact a victim. Her name is Selnat? Ein Selnat, read aloud the lanky bracer from a pocketbook he had held just below eye level. Originally a constituent member of the Jaeger Corps, her present affiliation activities are unknown. In short, added his partner promptness, pompously. "She's not the type of person any upstanding citizen should be getting involved with." He reached out his gauntlet-clad hand and picked up the object bundled in scrap paper, checking my reaction all the while he unwrapped the paper, laying it out flat in the center of the table. Its contents turned out to be a lump of metal, ingrained with a sort of clay-like substance. I blurted out, "I was on my way to a research institute with the item when everything happened." And then threw the address of some non-existent client for good measure. The bracers took notes, making sure not to leave out any of the details of our conversation. Then, to dispel any lingering suspicions, I agreed to stay with them under their watchful eyes for the night. The next day, I also found myself inclined to go along with them to the nearest guild. Branch. Jeez, this throat thing's killing me. In order to file a report about the events that happened back at the station, but I had no qualms over the matter. My greatest concern at the moment, after all, was not running into any more trouble. I awoke as the sun came up over the horizon and day broke. With the advent of a peaceful morning, I sat up in bed and breathed a sigh of relief. The bracers who had stood guard the previous night were no longer present in the room. The sound of their voices could be heard echoing in the hallway beyond the closed door. Slipping my arms through the sleeves of my jacket, I felt a sharp pain in my right elbow, which brought back vivid memories of the woman from the day before. Suddenly, a feeling of uneasiness came over me, and still half undressed, I began adjusting my ornament. After opening its back cover, I used a thin piece of tanned doe skin and started plucking out the quartz installed in each slot. It didn't take but 5 minutes to insert them each into different slots and rearrange their configuration with a set of light magic as my base. Wait, I can do that? One by one, I replaced each screw until finally the metallic panel was back in place. And as a feeling of calmness set in, I rolled back over into bed. It was at that time a tall woman appearing to be a maid opened the door, carrying a basin of hot water for the sink, with which guests could shave and wash their faces. After placing the small steaming tub on the table, the woman quietly went about her daily task of removing the bed linen. Finding myself shooed from my own bed, I reluctantly headed towards the basin, when just beyond the open door, I caught sight of two shadows cutting across the hallway in succession. "They're here," I heard myself mutter, as the low tone of my suppressed voice reached my ears. With only a bar of soap in hand, I remained unbelievably calm, as I quickly shut and bolted the door. Then, pondering my next move, I stood still with my back pressed up against the wall. On the other side of the hardened clay wall, the brief clamor of fighting ensued. Fumbling with the chain attached to my hip pocket, I grabbed hold of the ornament I had just adjusted barely moments before. It was two bracers versus the two others I had seen moments ago. Throwing myself into the mix with the two of them from the guild would definitely put us at an advantage from a numbers standpoint. However, when I turned again to face the door, the voice of self-doubt came percolating through my closed lips in the form of a distant mutter. "There were only two of them," I murmured to myself. If Sister Cornelia's words were to be believed, then one unit consisted of 3 people, not 2. Again, I questioned myself inwardly. Then where's the third? The hair on the back of my neck stood on the end as I realized my plight. Something swung down over the top of my head, catching me around the neck, and the next instant I was flung to the ground. From the corner of my blurred, spotty vision came the inexplicable view of a woman with demonic bloodshot eyes standing over me, trying to wrench the very life out of me with every twist of the sheet she had wrapped tightly around my throat. Clutching my ornament in hand, I activated and fired off a burst of magic while laying half asphyxiated on the floor, or wooden planks of the room floor. Could have just said half asphyxiated on the floor. A destructive vortex of compressed air sliced deeply into my hip, but at the same time caused the woman to double over before forcefully blowing her to another part of the room. Shreds of whirring linens flicked and sprayed with fresh blood blasted out through a gaping hole in the wall, where a closed window once stood, leaving nothing behind but shards of broken glass and a frame of rent beyond all repair. That was the last one there, right? Okay. I'm almost through it, guys. It's just all these other books. And it's 15 pages now. Why does it keep getting longer? The death of a friend. Wheezing, I breathed in, the sound high and whistling as the air fought to make it through my constricted windpipe. Still clutching tightly to my ornament, I unwound the sheets from my throat. Utterly exhausted, I tilted my head on its side and watched with reddened eyes as a small stream of saliva dribbled down over the edge of my mouth and pooled onto the floor. When fresh air finally made its way into my lungs, it initially choked me nearly as bad as the sheet had. A thump from somewhere behind startled me from my fit. The Jaeger demoness, like a spring-loaded doll, leaped from the floor of the room. The single shot of magic I'd previously landed into her gut should have done the trick, but the fluid way she moved about made it appear as if she were unfazed by the blast. Within arm's reach of where I had been subconsciously... It's like I need more water. I've just been reading for the last 30 minutes. Within arm's reach of where I had subconsciously curled myself came the splinting sound of an unseasoned wood being hewn by a giant woodcutter's axe. In the following instant, Sister Cornelia came flying through the newly opened hole in the timber door. Her entry punctuated by a cloud of splinters, her arms as plain as whips, she passed by the female Jaeger in a lightning-quick motion, and with a turning assault, clocked her opponent full tilt in the face. The woman spun with the force of the blow and fell with a tremulous thud, her head cracking hard against the floor like a prima ballerina. Sister Cornelia raised her knee high until she had it tucked securely against her sternum. She stared down at the outstretched figure on the floor, muscles flexed, and without an ounce of mercy. Sister Cornelia let her judgment fall with the heel of her boot, stomping down and crushing the rich woman's throat. Okay, so that lady's dead. As I witnessed the grotesque and unsightly scene, Sister Cornelia gave a quick glance in my direction and beckoned me on. Then, with a nimble hop into the unknown before her, she cleaned the broken window frame and lighted the ground below. Quickly scraping my belongings together, I made after her in the same manner as she had left. Out the window with the two-story drop onto the cobblestone side road below, waiting close by and helping to break my less than elegant fall, Sister Cornelia led me on as we took flight along the avenue, brightly lit by the morning sun. After a deafening blare from an orbital engine's whistle indicated that the first train was about to depart, Sister Cornelia immediately pulled a ticket out from her pocket coat. Her coat pocket. Coat pocket, same thing. And held it out to me from the side. Reaching for the fluttering strip of paper between her fingers, I realized that I was still carrying the bar of soap from before, so I chucked it, not caring where it landed or who it might hit. Aboard the train, the smoggy haze from the incessant smoking of the nattering gentleman had permeated into every nook and cranny of the passenger car. There was also the smell of newly printed publications and the occasional sound of someone clearing their throat, like I've been doing for the past 40 minutes. It felt rather awkward to have boarded the train bound for the Imperial City with my bag still in hand. "Do you know what your problem is, Toby?" Sister Cornelia remarked. "You're just like that Oberman of yours." Using her white handkerchief, she stanched the flow of blood from my leg, which had been lacerated by the spinning arrow blades of the magic. Once you get yourself into trouble, you keep digging yourself deeper until someone comes along with a billy club and whacks some good sense into you. Placing a folded magazine onto my lap, she tapped on it with the nail tip of her index finger, indicating that I should read what was inside. It was a copy of the Imperial Chronicle, which had been published just this morning. A several-lined article, buried pages behind more titillating news, told of the suspicious death of one orbital factory owner somewhere within the capital. This was the first time I had ever become aware of Mick's real age. Sister Cornelia continued her lecture as she mercilessly upbraided me for my reckless behavior. "You missed being caught up in all of this by a hair's breadth," she informed me coolly. At a loss for words over the shock of Mick's death, I put the magazine away in my trench coat pocket. Another 5 minutes in that shop, and you would have been gone to meet your maker too. I shook my head with trembling lips. I let my thoughts fumble out of my mouth. I just don't get it. Why did Mick have to die? Images of Mick's cold body behind the counter alternated in my mind with that of a lump of metal wrapped in the scrap paper. Just what the hell have I been carrying all this time? Why did anyone have to die over it? I pondered at length. Sister Cornelia met my eyes and held them. "Because it's an artifact," she said simply. "An artifact?" I scoffed as I blew off her answer. "It's not like I haven't carried a bunch of them before." Artifacts, in short, were the remaining legacy of an ancient civilization, and the generic term for any unidentifiable mechanism which resembled that of an ornament. I had spent my days as a courier smuggling any number of those items under false pretense that the goods I was carrying were nothing more than rare antiques, and readily placed them in the hands of those aristocrats amongst whom were especially in vogue. And for the most part, my current possession appeared as though it belonged in the same group as the others. Personally, I find no other value in collecting these artifacts besides the indulgence of oneself in a decadent hobby. Chiding me as if I were a clueless child, Sister Cornelia rebuked. "You're wrong, Toby. This one's much different than the others." After a moment's pause, she added, "It's alive." Unable to grasp what she had meant, I looked at her with a questioning expression on my face. Sister Cornelia tried again. "What I'm trying to tell you is that it still works, although I'm not really sure what kind of power it actually has." It was unearthed during an excavation within the Empire's territory about 30 years ago. Sister Cornelia's subsequent story about the particular lump of metal told the dark history surrounding a group of aristocrats who relentlessly sought after it. The artifact itself had transitioned from hand to hand by those in power. As one after another, they were murdered while slumbering in their bedchambers. Then, at the end of the 100 Days' War, its whereabouts were said to have been lost. And strangely enough, it finally turned up in the capital after all this time. She said, finishing up the account. An announcement chimed in the passenger car, notifying those riding of the scheduled time of arrival. Sister Cornelia uncrossed and recrossed her long legs. Alright, there you go. Use that as imagery, guys. You could imagine that, right? The one who's after that artifact hired the Jaeger Corps to bring it to them, whatever the cost. So as a result, I was dispatched by the church in order to protect both you and it from falling into their hands. I sat staring down at the bag, resting next to my feet as we approached our destination, and the moving train quickly began to lose speed. Chapter 8. I think so. In the bowels of the Imperial City, moving purposefully through the crowd, we made our way between the rows of seats, each time swinging back. This one's less pages, by the way. Each time the swinging bag in hand struck the side of my knee, I became keenly aware of its presence. It was an unnerving feeling, quite like I had unintentionally brushed up against someone in an offensive way. Furthermore, it was nearly inconceivable to my mind. The ancient relic of the Jaeger Corps were pursuing with such a frenzy was sitting right here in the stitched cloth of this cheap handbag. What a fool Mick had been. Hadn't he known the burden of this object would be far more weighty than both of us could have ever hoped to bear? I squeezed my eyes against the thoughts flying around my mind and addressed Sister Cornelia, who had followed closely behind me. Will we be making a break for the cathedral once we get off? Yes, that was the plan, she answered. Scanning the seat outside the window of the passenger car, I think that's the only option we've got if you want to make it through this day alive. The station where the train was set to arrive was unremittingly crowded with countless droves of passengers, and as usual, the sky was slightly overcast. Everyone outside the platform stood shivering in silence with their collars drawn up to their ears, huddling close to one another for warmth, like a flock of waterfowl on the tidelands in midwinter. Is that a thing that I'd learn of later? Don't worry, I won't be tossing you down a flight of stairs this time, Toby, jested Sister Cornelia. Although, if there were two or more of you at my disposal, I might have decided otherwise, she added. Evidently, the number in our welcome party this time has seen a rather dramatic increase. The odds don't appear to be in our favor, she said in a low voice, her warm breath tickling the lobe of my ear. We won't be able to leave through the ticket gate. As soon as we stepped off the train, we stealthily moved to the opposite end of the platform, and after sneaking out of a large door for only authorized station personnel, we jumped down onto the path of railroad ties and steel rails below. The biting cold wind of the capital swept freely across the unobstructed railroad tracks, causing me to shudder as if ruffled our ruffled coats with its chilly touch. Slipping between the couplers of a pair of freight cars, we moved cautiously along their edge, sticking close to the shadow. Over on the cargo platform, workers were busy unloading containers. For someone who had his mind set on becoming a dealer of pilfered goods, gaining illicit entry into the station house would be one of the first of all basics. Showing my ticket, I spoke politely to one of the workers, then, with a scenario picked out of my head, I sold it to him as I played the part of a manager here on business with a celebrity of noble repute. Midway through our conversation, I introduced Sister Cornelia. We did our best to show the man a glamorous smile and a feminine pose. I had possibly gone a bit too overboard when I stated that she was an opera singer, because the way she carried herself made her look more of an akin to a low-wage cell song in a bar of drunkards. Yet, in spite of all that, the worker graciously let us through. You're so good at that, it's almost scary, Toby, Sister Cornelia said as we raced through the station's warehouse sector. You should seriously consider doing another job, she went on. I bet you're going to tell me to join the Bracer Guild, right? Come on, those guys would turn me down in a heartbeat. I said as I laughed off the thought. Then, throwing the idea back into her court, I asked, so how about yourself? Why don't you join the Bracer Guild? Reaching the end of the warehouse sector, we came to a stop in front of a large chain-like fence. Sister Cornelia crouched down, and while sliding a drainage cover to the side, laughed at my previous question as if it were insane. Are you kidding? She asked. They'd gunned me down the second I set foot into one of their branches. The widening narrow stone tunnels like the one we saw ran everywhere beneath the Capitol. We crawled along as the light shining down through the drainage grates on the side of the large road above us illuminated the way like a trail of flickering orbital lampposts. The feet of those walking along the avenue passed right by where we were. Not a single person noticed us scraping our way below them. And for some strange reason or another, the world just beyond the thin flagstone paved road appeared so dazzling in my eyes. Yet, the Jaeger corpse, loss of their artifact in hand, and a senseless sudden death, all of which had never crossed my mind before, lay in wait for me. Dared I venture into the open world above? Dare I to venture into the open world above? As we pressed on, I began to think of the small, round tunnel which we were crawling through, and would run on forever. When finally it emerged with a high ceilinged sewer surrounded by walls of countless blocks of chiseled stone. We'll go through here and make our way over to where the cathedral is located, sister, Cornelia insisted. Raising one brow, she pointed her finger upward. It's a lot safer down here than it is up there. That's fine and all, but what are we going to do if it gets attacked? Sister Cornelia grabbed my hand, and with that stepped into the muddy darkness beyond. Don't worry, Toby, she reassured me. Faith isn't the only thing supporting the church. Okay. I'm getting close. No, that's not it. That was an 8. Okay, so 9. Only 3 chapters left. The flicker of dying orbital lamps mounted equidistant lengths along the sewer walls sent thin streaks of light across the surface of the rippling flow of filthy sewage. Passing in front of these one by one, Sister Cornelia sped down the stone sidewalk, as the sound of her body cutting through the racing tunnel winds trailed out behind her. Panting and out of breath, I continued to move my feet towards the darkness, which lay before me, as I chased after Sister Cornelia's flickering shadow. Wayworn, yet without a moment of repose, we headed unrelentingly, with our sights set on the cathedral of the Septian Church. We moved swiftly across the moss-covered stone pavement, the clacking of our heels echoing in the dimly lit underground. Above ground, the walking distance of the city roads from the railway station to the cathedral was about 3 blocks. If we made our way up through the drainage ditch just beyond the sluice gate, we would find ourselves in the public square outside the massive sanctuary. Ahead, the light of another orbital lamp came into view. Turning her head in my direction, and without a word, Sister Cornelia extended her right hand outward in a wide motion, indicating that we would be turning that way at the next corner. Then, as if preparing for something, she rolled both shoulders in a grinding motion, and relieved the last of her tension with a pop of the neck. It seemed to me as though she knew all too well what was lurking within the tenebrous conduit ahead. Under the unsteady and sporadic coruscation light, the body of Sister Cornelia surged around the corner and disappeared from view. 1, 2, 3 went the walloping echoes, followed by the sound of something being rolled into the channel of filthy sludge. As I turned the corner, the first things which leapt into my sight were the contorted figures of 2 men on the ground whom I barely missed treading on. Sister Cornelia, who was by this time several steps ahead, continued to run at her usual pace, as if nothing had happened during the preceding seconds. It's Cornelia, came an angry but noticeably wavering voice from behind. I glanced to my rear to locate its source. And there I found a man who had dragged himself from the fecal-filled liquid, now lying next to his dead comrades, yelling with his dying breath as blood leaked out of his open mouth. "Cornelia, she's down here!" He managed to croak before falling silent and still. Sister Cornelia paid no attention or made any effort to look back. I turned my face forward and followed her example. The walls of the conduit leading directly to the sluice gate squared out into an ominous mouth of darkness, seemingly waiting for its next unsuspecting meal. Sister Cornelia gradually slowed her pace to match mine, as I had, by this time, been completely exhausted and out of breath. "It looks like these guys are dead serious about getting their hands on that item this time," she said as she focused her eyes on the darkness before us. "So were those men old friends of yours or something?" I inquired. Sister Cornelia turned to face me with her dark and scarlet eyes. "Is that what you heard from those bracers the other day?" she asked. I nodded my head and questioned her no further. Head slightly turned down, I forced myself onward, eyes fixed on the tip of my boots. Unexpectedly, Sister Cornelia opened her mouth and said, "Do you remember that woman you had a run-in with back at the end?" I nodded slightly. The whole reason I gave my life up as a mercenary is because I didn't want to meet a tragic end like that," she continued. "A life of no meaning, forgotten by all." I looked up at Sister Cornelia, and seeing a slight show of emotion on the side of her face, heard her repeat the same line of words a few more times before finishing her thought. "I'm going to cash in my life's chips, and I think it's best I fight for something worth fighting for. At least that way I'd be able to leave a legacy of my existence behind." Taking in her words, I ran steadily beside her as I felt a sense of nondescript apprehension slowly begin to creep over me. During the short intervals between breaths, it suddenly seemed as if I were hearing the faint sound of sloshing water from behind, which caused me to prick up my ears and turn my head in its direction. "So you noticed too, huh, Toby?" Sister Cornelia slowed her steps until finally coming to a complete stop. "They've blockaded us from behind, so there's no turning back," she said. The direness of our situation heavy in her voice. We had arrived at an intersection where the conduit we were in and another crossed paths just beyond the wide, fetid flow of sewage water before us. That's a lot of sewage. I could see the dimly lit sluice gate. I placed my back against the damp bricks of the nearest wall for a moment, tried to catch my breath. "They're probably lying in wait for us," Sister Cornelia assessed stolidly, after glaring across the flowing sewage of merged channels, and then turning her head to the rear and narrowing her eyes again. "And unfortunately this time, we won't be able to circumvent them." With a sound of composure revealing her utmost resolve, Sister Cornelia took in a few deep breaths. I laid hand on my ornament, gripping it in the palm of my sweaty hand, and then wrapped the strap of my bag securely around my opposite wrist. And as always, Sister Cornelia checked her boots before standing upright, then taking a few steps back and holding my breath, I raced forward and darted into the stinging flow of waste. Almost there. The last stand. 14 pages. Roughly 28 pages of dialogue left. Sister Cornelia made such haste as she aimed for the path on the opposite side of the sludge-filled channel that I could have sworn she was actually running on the liquid surface. Based on my observation of the minuscule spatters of feet produced, and of course, she passed me in the blink of an eye, the space growing wider and wider between us as I continued to trudge my way through the filthy muck. Flashes of magic erupted from the darkness by the sluice gate and ripped through the air in a rapid succession, but none of them could overtake the speed at which Sister Cornelia moved up. In an unyielding offensive by the shadowed aggressors, the settled eculence in the depths of the channel was thrown up in a form of powerful tsunami. That's a poop tsunami. Great. And in the instant before clearing myself from its destructive path, I feared that the terrible wall of sedimented filth would crush me under its weight and bring me to an unsightly end. With a mid-air spin to avoid the last of the oncoming magics, Sister Cornelia flew to the opposite side of the channel with incredible speed. Hurdling the wall of piled-up sandbags behind which the attackers took cover, she whirled her arms, hurdling the wall. She whirled her arms in a ferocious onslaught, one by one, Like a row of pins being struck by weighted objects, the line of standing Jaegers crumbled to the ground. Sister Cornelia's attacks were like a whirlwind of death, blurry with the speed at which they struck. They came in and advancing at inconceivable angles, puncturing throats, slashing open arteries, and then they were gone. So was that when I finally reached the cobbled path beyond the stagnant channel. Not a soul was left standing besides Sister Cornelia and myself. The cathedral is at the end of a ladder just beyond this gate, she indicated as she flicked dripping blood from her fingers like a child who forgot a handkerchief to dry her wet hands. Her eyes shone with the afterglow of battle. The Jaegers can't be far behind. So we'd better hurry, she warned. And as if you can't start a sentence with "and." Come on, guys. And as if to punctuate her warning, the damp sound of numerous feet kicking up water as they advanced toward our present location had now become clearly audible to my ears. Stepping over the handful of Jaeger corpses lying scattered about the wall of the sandbags, we made our way for the dry bed channel, which lay ahead of us. I placed my hands on the slightly damp stone floor of the empty channel and crawled through the half-open door, the sluice gate. A falling water droplet struck the nape of my neck as I passed through the cramped opening, causing me to stop dead in my tracks. In the moment that followed, I recognized the sound of an orbment overhead on the verge of discharging a burst of magic. "Toby!" came the ostensible voice of Sister Cornelia, as my vision was instantly flooded with a wave of exceeding brightness. Then, in the midst of this world of blinding light, came the hand of a savior, which grabbed me firmly by the shoulder. A powerful feeling of being dragged, and the explosion produced by magic rupturing stone... were almost simultaneous. As the booming roar swept across the whole of my body, I was thrown backwards towards the ground. Despite my clouded vision, I managed to somersault before landing in the prone position. Choking on the filthy puddle I had fallen face down in, I lifted my head in time to see a cloud of blackened dust being heaved from the mouth of my halfway raised sluice gate door. And as if my worst nightmare had now become reality, I watched as, one after another, the blocking Jaegers emerged from the smoky cloud, each bearing a glinting blade. Oh, that's not good for you. I floundered about on the slippery mud and watched as their ranks sprang into action and closed in, their rugged facial features now visible to my ears. Instantly rolling to the side, I unsheathed my hidden blade as I attempted to deflect the wide-arching slash of another with my bag. The cloth of the bag over which the sharp edge ran split open with a sound, and the paper-wrapped ornament fell onto the cobbled floor. Frantically, I searched for the ornament at my side, but wasn't able to get a grip on it because of my clumsy, panic-stricken state. One of the mercenary men, his eyes intent on my throat, drew his long black sword to end my life. Before he could even make his move, a dark silhouette appeared from behind him. It was Sister Cornelia. Her hands, moving with such finesse, disarmed the man in an instant, and left only his sword behind before he was launched from view onto the hanging shadows, veiling the dank conduit? Uh-huh. I guess that's a proper way to use the term dank. As the sound of falling swords struck the ground with a high-pitched clink, Sister Cornelia dropped to her knees. Her soft, whispered words were full of regret. "I'm sorry, Toby." With her head bowed forward, I watched in disbelief as several streaks of blood began to run down the side of her face. "It looks like the goddess may be calling you home too," she said gently. Once again, Sister Cornelia rose to her feet, her coat hanging in tatters. Eyeing her outer garments' ragged state, I knew for certain that it had been caused by the previous blast of magic. In order to protect me from harm, Sister Cornelia had willingly used her body as a shield to absorb the brunt of the force, and now a stain of effervescing crimson blood had begun to seep through the cloth covering her breast. Just one. Well, the other breast is fine, but that one's bleeding profusely. I swiped up the artifact which had tumbled to the ground from the hole in my severed bag, and tore away the wet paper which covered its surface. Then, with the cold lump of metal in hand, I placed it atop my ornament, as I gripped them both tightly together. The sound of footfall from the Jaeger corps had by now subsided. They stood in a cluster with their swords drawn, effectively blocking any possible escape through the sluice gate. Sister Cornelia let out a shrill cry, And I, as if taking the sound to be a command to attack, unleashed an energy pent up within my orbment. The device roared, and at the instant the magic was discharged. I felt an intense wave of searing heat graze over my cheeks as my entire body was immediately blown backwards by its powerful force. Stunned, I collapsed onto the floor. When I finally forced my eyes open, I could see Sister Cornelia standing above me with her back turned to my face. Her right arm had lost all strength to function and hung limping at her side. Dazedly, she slid to her knees and slumped onto the ground before me. I pulled Sister Cornelia close to myself, and hugging her tightly, blasted the pack of assailing mercenaries with an instantaneous wave of magic. But then, as it was all over, my last stand ending, as good as it had begun. Countless razor-sharp tipped swords stared down at us from all sides. Convinced that I had finally reached my life's terminus, I raised my right hand, and while placing a false hope in my orbment that I could somehow protect us, I activated it, the last of its energy being consumed as it was drained to empty. Whirling arrow blades spun all around us as I closed my eyes and accepted my fate, and behind my darkened eyelids an endless realm of whiteness began to spread out before me. Jesus! Yeah, that's this one, right? Okay, how long's the finale? 20 pages? 13 pages. A legacy never to be forgotten. I was swallowed by the light, only to be spewed moments later onto a patch of hardened ground. The air was filled with the scent of sun-baked earth. Yet, for being the floor of some grandiose heavenly estate inherited by those in the afterlife, it felt quite like the flagstones I had grown accustomed to in my past life. Upon feeling around in my immediate surroundings, my searching hands found soft locks of disheveled hair. It seemed as though Sister Cornelia had come out as well, as I to meet our creator firsthand. Gradually, as I lay there, I felt something warm swell within the pit of my stomach. Weary and spent, I just let the feeling spread over me. It was about this time that the sound of numerous voices started to fill the air around us. Warm breath tickled across my nose and brow, letting me know that I was being stared at directly in the face. As my eyes adjusted to the intensity of the light, I realized I was looking to the face of a young girl who beamed back at me, brightly with the wildest of smiles. However, she seemed a bit young to hold the esteemed position of goddess. The knell of a bell overhead rang out loud and strangely, it sounded exactly like the cathedral's distinctive tone. Taking in this series of events to be rather odd, I picked myself up, and at last awakened from the dream which had temporarily invaded my senses. There it was, the familiar cityscape, the sounds, and even the scent of the breeze. I knew the place by heart. It was the public square of the Imperial City, which unfolded before the great cathedral of the Septian Church. I opened the fingers of my right hand and stared down at the metallic lump in its palm, entrusted to me by Mikt. Golden filaments of light swirled across the surface of the artifact. I instantly recalled Sister Cornelia's words. "It's alive," she had said. And as I watched the ancient light gradually fade away before closing my hand around its surface once more, I believed it. Supporting each other by wrapping our arms around one another's shoulders, Sister Cornelia and I hobbled and limped our way towards the magnificent cathedral, as the awe-inspiring figure of the goddess Eidos stood silently, with unfurled wings, watching over us from the deep-hued stained glass window above. And as for the events which followed, they were all settled in an orderly fashion. The metallic lump which Sister Cornelia had so daringly risked her life for was turned over to His Eminence, the Cardinal, who presided over the cathedral. He disappeared with it through a thick open door of a sacred vault. The level of corruption which had spread like a plague among members of the Imperial Court, influential aristocrats, and even commissioned officers in the Imperial Armory astonished even those mediators acting on behalf of the Bracer Guild. I stayed close by Sister Cornelia as she was laid out on a pew within the chapel of the cathedral. The real sisters of the church delicately pulled off her coat and cut open her vest, now stuck to her body with dried blood. On doing so, they found an ornate skirt of chainmail just below the layer of her clothing, which for some strange reason seemed to bewilder them all. The next day, a certain aristocrat who had hired the Jaeger Corps to carry out his selfish bidding agreed to relinquish the artifacts in his possession in return for keeping his estate. Hence, his collection of forbidden antiques were brought under the safekeeping of the Septian Church. Sworn to secrecy, I made immediate arrangements to take leave for the Calvary Republic. My destination, a high-class resort, which turned out to be an excellent way to recover physically and mentally, as well as forget about the series of events which had occurred over the past few days. Naturally, the bracers designed to provide my escort were none other than Clayton and Pavel. Before we left, guided me without a word to where Sister Cornelia was resting. I talked with Sister Cornelia, who had awoken for a short interval, but as I got up to leave, she reached out her dainty hand and said to me, "Before you go, I want to tell you my real name. It's Ein Salnate." I took her unblemished hand in mine and gripped it firmly, as I expressed my appreciation for what she had done. And today, now 3 years later, I stood staring at her name once again, but this time, printed on the page of the Imperial Chronicle. Ein Salnate. Below those printed characters ran a few lines of an unembellished article. Yesterday, a corpse was discovered in an urban area of the capital just before dawn. The body was found to be covered with multiple stab wounds. The departed in life had been involved in charitable work and brought salvation to many afflicted souls in various regions throughout the land. As I read the last line, I envisioned the deceased figure of Sister Cornelia lying motionless upon a darkened street. Yet, despite the blood-stained face I envisioned in my mind, I saw her as she rested in peace, a gentle smile crossing her face, and vindicated of any transgressions in life. As I rolled the copy of the magazine in hand, I brushed my hands lightly across the shining bracer emblem pinned on my chest. Almost 2 years had passed since I converted to my new line of work, which Sister Cornelia had so graciously recommended to me. And finally, I'd even become used to using my real name. Toby came the whisper of Sister Cornelia as it resurrected in my ears. Now only known as Toby, I pressed my forehead up against the cold, clouded window of the passenger car. Refulgent eyes of Sister Cornelia shining brightly like her carnelian stone? Sure. Forever ingrained in my memory. In my mind's eye, I watched as her coat sleeves trailed out behind her, and she dashed away into the darkness of my memories. Opening my eyes, I gazed out through the window glass, and there I saw the bleeding, rogue-colored illumination of the Imperial City as it faded away beneath the heavy white fog. That was long! Didn't get an achievement that time. Thanks, video game. I think I'm done for today. That was like an hour of reading. My throat hurts. And I want to eat something. Yeah, I'll be back next Saturday with more of this. Not more reading, hopefully. That was really long. But to those of you watching, I guess thanks for watching and have a great rest of your day.